It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity.
What's up? All right, let's get on this page. Try to finish it up today. Not only difficult parts are completed, difficult enough anyway. All right, need some music, and we're gonna play some Vlad. Sup, Eddie? Jane Money, Zaid, what you guys up to? What's up, dude?
What's going on?
Hey,
Sexy
can you hear
man.
music?
What'd you say?
Can you hear the background music, or is it
Oh wait a second. All right, I had the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah. No. I was getting some echo because I had the stream on in another window. I'm just burning some sage here, just to dispel the evil spirits. My neighbor, who's like very sort of like new agey, into Reiki and all that shit.
Reiki. The fuck
Yeah.
is that?
I don't know exactly. It's
At
some
first,
kind
I
of
thought you said rapey. I was like, he's kind of rapey. I was like, that's weird.
no. She's into Reiki. 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 I think is how it's spelled.
Okay.
And it's like, some new age shit, I think, like healing with crystals or some crap, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
And
it's kind of like hippie magic.
exactly. Yeah.
Hippie.
And, yeah. So, well, not that it's something that I'm into, but I've also had some girlfriends that were pagans and Wiccans and that sort of shit, because those are basically the kind of chicks that you date in the New York City goth scene.
Yeah. No, I totally get you. Yeah.
But no, I'm just like burning this. It's funny because actually it smells pretty good. She was like, yeah, definitely like burn some of this. I always, do like a smudging is what it's called. You like light the shit on fire and then you kind of like smudge it a little bit in like a ashtray or something, and then you just go around your house just waving it, and that like gets rid of like the negative energy, because like our neighbors to their side are just like the worst motherfuckers in the world.
My old lady was burning some sage in the house because her Wiccan friend gave it to her. And I thought it smelled horrible. I thought that was the worst smell I ever smelled in my life. It was like, please don't burn that shit ever again.
Well, I mean, it's not fragrant like incense, but maybe that's the point, is that it smells like shit, and so like the negative energy is just like, oh man, it smells like shit here, and just like it gets.
So
gets
you
the
find
hell
that
out.
it smells bad too, though, right? I mean,
No, not necessarily. No, I'm sort of neutral on it. It just smells like shit burning. It doesn't smell any different. Do you know what I'm saying? It doesn't smell like
shit burning. It doesn't smell really that bad.
No, I mean by shit, I don't mean literally like fecal matter. I mean, just like wood burning.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it smells like like a fireplace or something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but it's not. I wouldn't call it. I wouldn't call it fragrant. Let me just put it that way.
It looks like Zaid has some experience with sage as well.
Oh, does he? Let me check out the chat. Hey, everybody, what's up in the chat? I sent links to the official Six Gun Gorilla page. I sent links to people via updates from like the previous campaigns, and
like the backers. You let the backers know what was up.
Oh, of course, yeah. And yeah, because I mean, I just think that this is like a rad idea, and this will give us a chance also, I think, to like kind of experiment with this format and see about maybe doing that for the Nine Devils campaign.
Oh yeah, totally. I'm gonna do that for Kamira's campaign too. Like, go ahead and and do a live stream when I'm painting it, and
nice.
See what would happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like sage sucks. Yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I'm neutral. I'm neutral on this shit, and just. And,
like, fuck you, Zaid.
And J Dollar Bill y'all says, I thought sage was code for weed.
So, well, J Dollar should know exactly what sage is. I mean, him and his old lady practice Wiccan.
Do they really, or are you just busting balls? Yeah, you're just busting balls. It's not good. See, I know
they're
you
high
don't know
up in the Wiccan.
Because you're saying they practice Wiccan. It's not Wiccan, it's Wicca, which is like a pagan religion that was invented in like the 1960s. But
is it really? I never knew when it was invented. I was just like, yeah.
In the 60s. Okay, here's something that drives me crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The witch craze, the European witch craze.
Okay.
Where, they were burning people at the stake for, a couple 100 years.
Yeah.
As late as like the 1700s. And there are some people in the Wiccan community who want you to believe that those people that were being burned were Wiccans, which is completely outrageous bullshit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right? Because I'm not saying there may not have been like some people that were maybe still clinging to pagan ways, and just I think the majority of people that got caught up in that were, I think some of the people were maybe fiddling around with like herbal cures and shit like that. Like what am I like herbalists? I think maybe they may have been herbalists. But like the whole point of like the witch craze was basically to jack people's shit, was to steal people's property and their money.
Like
because
if you don't do what we tell you to, we put a curse on you, type of thing.
Well,
is that what it was? Oh, you mean accusing people of being witches?
Yes, yeah. And then of course, it just magnified because when they torture you, they'd be like, you got to give up some names, because we know, like, that you witches, you don't roll solo. We know you roll that you roll in a coven. So there's at least like 12 more of you motherfuckers. Give us some names. So every witch that they captured produced like 4, 5, 6, however many more witches.
So it was like early police work.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, actually. Yeah, it's very similar. It's very similar. Like, how cops love retarded people, like mentally retarded people? They love them because they can just they'll get them to confess to anything to just get out of that room. And yeah, no, we're like mentally handicapped people. Oh, cops love them.
Well, wasn't Wiccan also invented because like some of those pilgrims were fucking around on their wives and they didn't want any illegitimate children like walking around or anything like that? So they would just say that their mistress was a Wiccan and a witch?
Well, not a Wiccan, but a witch.
Yeah, a witch. Go ahead and...
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there were all kinds of things. I'm sure like how every town has like the village idiot or somebody maybe that's like a little weird. Yeah. Those motherfuckers were the first ones to go, I guarantee you. Because I know like,
when Vlad Dracula cured the homeless problem in fucking... It wasn't... where was Vlad from? It wasn't Transylvania. It was...
Wallachia.
Yeah. And the way he did it was he invited them to a feast in this giant banquet hall and then burned it down.
Yep.
And then no more homeless problem.
Yep. Hey, man, we're getting close to something like that. I remember like my mother couldn't believe it. I was like showing her some footage that was on the internet. Of course, it wasn't anywhere on cable news, because that's where all she would watch was just cable news. I'm just like, hey, Mom, come take a look at this. Because I would tell her what was actually going on. And if you know somebody that like watches cable news, they're oblivious to about like 99% of the shit that's going on in the world.
Yeah, they only believe what they see on TV.
Yeah. And it was footage from Chicago where these cops were going in the dead of winter and they were going up to homeless people and they were taking their blankets. And
I've seen that. Yeah, that was fucked up. That was a fucked up shit.
That's one word for it. That's one word for it.
And slashing their tents. They were also...
It was... and so my mom was just like, well, what do they want these people to do? Freeze to death? And I was like,
absolutely. They did want to freeze to death.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, it's fucked up.
They wanted them to go someplace else. And they were like, where would you like us to go? And they were like, anywheres but here. Yeah,
I mean, dude, that's like a pubic hair away from like marching those people into a shelter,
gas chamber,
like a buffet, setting out a buffet and just like setting the fucking place on fire.
Actually, yeah, because I mean, death is death. It doesn't matter how you get there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep. Or like was recently the 35th anniversary of the Move bombing, which if you tell people about that, they'll just be like,
I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's erased from American history. It's one of those things. Basically, what happened was you had a group in Philadelphia that was called Move, that were like the Black Panthers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Philly is one of those towns. I've never been, but I know people who have lived there and people who've gone to school there, and they will all tell you it's one of those towns that's literally like divided by train tracks.
Yeah.
Right? So you know that expression, wrong side of the tracks?
Mhm.
It's a literal thing there.
Oh wow.
And if you're a white person, you don't want to be caught in a black neighborhood and vice versa. At least
Yeah.
that's the way it was back then, right?
Mhm.
So you had this organization called Move. They had a building, and the cops, of course, wanted to weren't very happy with these people, and so they decided to get rid of them. And what they did was they flew a helicopter. They were so afraid of these people, they didn't just try to raid them. They flew a helicopter above their building and dropped a napalm bomb.
Holy shit! Are you kidding me?
No.
That's crazy, dude.
This is all well documented. There's actually a really good Netflix documentary about it. I highly recommend.
Yeah.
But right. So it gets worse. It gets worse.
Holy shit!
So,
look, Carried Away knows what you're talking about. He said that was the only time in U.S. history that the U.S. bombed its own citizens.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. But when I tell people about this, they're like, "You're making that up. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory." No, it's just erased from history. So, but it gets worse. It gets more fucked up because
who approved that, by the way? Like
Frank Rizzo, the super racist mayor, I think.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like when he died, like people were out in the streets banging pots and pans. Yeah, Rizzo's dead. Rizzo's dead. Right. So the thing that's bad enough. Then he had people that were trying to get out of the building, and the cops were shooting at them. And we're talking about kids. Little kids were in there, right?
Yeah.
And there was like one cop that saw this kid that was caught in the crossfire, because then, of course, the people inside the building, they're not letting them leave because they're shooting at him. So they start shooting back. And one of the cops sees like this little boy, and he just does what heroes do. Like whenever somebody does something heroic and you ask them what they were thinking, they'll all say the same thing. They'll all say, I wasn't thinking, right?
Yeah.
So he's just like, fuck this, jumps over the barricade, runs, bullets zipping all over the place, scoops this kid up and runs with the kid to get the kid to safety. Destroyed his life. Like after that, he was persona non grata in the police department and was ultimately forced to resign.
Get out of here.
And lose his pension and all that shit. Yeah. So it gets worse. The fire department arrives, and the cops are just like, nah, just let it burn. Let it burn. It burned down the entire neighborhood. They didn't burn down a building. They bombed an entire neighborhood.
God damn.
Yeah, and you'll never hear about this. You'll never hear about this because, the police are our friends. Damn it, they're not going to hurt. They're not going to hurt civilians.
Yeah. And politicians have your best interest in mind.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
They had
must have done that neighborhood must have done something to deserve that.
That reminds me, they have a YouTube video on on there of the firemen are trying to put out this fire on the interstate, and the cops arrest them because they're not supposed to park in the middle of the interstate. And he's like, wow. There's a car fire and we're trying to put it out, and we need to park where we can park to go ahead and make it easy access to the water to put it out.
Right. Yeah.
And they're like, well, you can't park here. You're going to jail.
Oh,
it was crazy, dude.
Respect my authority.
I think it definitely carved a trench between the civil services, like the police and the fire department, which
already exists. At least it does here in New York.
I think it was New York when that happened, actually.
Oh well,
I'm almost positive.
Yeah. There you go. Because
why is that? Like, you would think they would get along to some extent, right? Because
Well,
cops' houses burned down too.
you'd think, right? But the cops basically hate anybody that's not a cop.
Yeah.
They even have a term for civilians. It's called the term for civilian is asshole. And
I know a lot of people that use that term for civilians.
So I always thought it was like a Navy, Air Force, Marines thing.
Yeah, like Army, Air Force, Navy type of thing.
Yeah, but I think it's more personal than that. I know that the cops, they call themselves the finest, and the firefighters call themselves the bravest.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's
Doesn't it sound a little bit ridiculous? Yeah.
Yeah, more than a little. But yeah, no, that shit is that beef is for real.
Holy
Beef
shit, dude!
like
Look
that
at this.
don't die easy. What you got?
The weatherman
bombings and kidnappings were crazy. Yeah, they were. Yeah,
what is that? Do you know about
the weathermen? Yeah, of course. The Weather Underground. That's another erased part of American history. In Europe, you had these were left-wing terrorist organizations, basically, in the 60s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anarchists, that sort of a thing. And you had SDS, Students for a Democratic Society. They were really major. You had the Weathermen, who were even more militant, I think. And in Germany, you had the Baader-Meinhof gang, who were bank robbers, but like communist bank robbers. And in Italy, you had the Red Brigade.
Mm-hmm.
And the Red Brigade were, I guess, the most successful at fucking shit up because they actually kidnapped the prime minister. And I don't remember all the details, but I do know they kidnapped the prime minister, and I think they locked him in like the trunk of their car. And the next time they opened it, he was dead.
Forgot to put some air holes in there or something.
I don't know, or he had a heart attack or some shit. All I know is it's just like, oh shit, there goes all our leverage. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. But all that shit's true. Yeah, the Weather Underground almost blew up Dustin Hoffman in New York City. Well, I know there was like one guy that evidently was building a bomb and it went off in his apartment.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's just like, and it wasn't even, it's like if he had a meth lab and it blew up, it's like, okay, well, at least that guy was like, showing some entrepreneurship.
Yeah. Not even close, huh? That's crazy.
Not even a little.
Jesus.
Yeah. Fucked up shit, man. Fucked up shit.
Everything the U.S. tries to hide, it's just because of the internet. It's impossible for all that shit to disappear. Yeah.
Well, what I always recommend is there's a book by, why am I blanking on his name? He was okay. I'm gonna have to look up the book. It's called The People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn, and great book. Now, quick, easy read. It covers basically all the stuff, all the history that they intentionally left out of your like high school history classes. And like the labor struggles and all that stuff, and like union busting, and the Pinkertons.
Like I remember I remember some of the labor thing where the government actually let the mobsters go hog wild on trying to break up the unions. Is that right?
Oh yeah, yeah. And the Pinkertons too. The Pinkertons were used as goons and in some cases assassins.
Really?
And, yeah.
Well, I remember that's true. That's what happened between. Isn't that what happened between Edison and fucking Tesla? Right? He used the Pinkertons to like intimidate and destroy Tesla's work.
Did he really? That wouldn't surprise me because I know
I'm almost positive that because Edison, like he used to work for for Thomas Edison, right? You
Right.
know, and
Right.
well, you know, Tesla did, and then Tesla went as. And I think Edison was kind of scared of Tesla because he knew how smart
he
Tesla
was.
was. You know,
Yeah, he was.
and anytime Tesla tried to do anything on his own, like he always had like Edison's goons like there to kind of fuck it up for him. That's one of the reasons why Tesla never actually took hold, like his theories. You know?
Interesting.
That's what I'm. That's. I mean, I think that's why. Anyway, I mean, you might want to double check that because these rumors aren't always exactly true, but I'm almost positive that's what happened with Tesla. Like one of his theories about no electrical wires, you know, and just doing like lighting people's houses from atmospheric discharge.
Yeah.
And like I think some of that is actually it holds true even today. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it would have fucked Edison royally, you know, because he had so much invested in wiring people's houses for his light bulb. You know?
Right.
And
Yeah.
from what I understand, like the light bulb itself, like the very first light bulb is still lit today. Like it still lights up. Like they had to dumb down the technology to make sure that they made money off of it, you know?
Right. Planned obsolescence.
Yeah.
Yeah. That you can make a light bulb that will like pretty much burn for like 50
Ever?
years or something. Yeah. And, you know, you can run cars on electricity and all kinds of shit. Yeah. They don't want you to have that. They don't want you to have that shit. You know, it's like you're fucking with their money, and there's one thing you don't do is fuck with rich people's money.
Well, that destroys industry if you make a product that never breaks. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, it can. I mean, I always think that the biggest and best thing that this country could possibly do right now would be to create a high-speed rail line, which would not only create a fuck ton of jobs for the people building it, but also for the people maintaining it, the people running it. And dude, how great would it be to be able to hop on a train in New York and find yourself in Chicago in like 2 hours?
well, here's another thing too. Like they used to have this TV show called Supercars Cars of the Future on Discovery Channel. And they had invented a hydrogen car, right? Ran on water. Water came out the exhaust pipe, clean water, you know.
Wow.
It was great for the atmosphere. It would have been perfect. And the fueling station was the size of a refrigerator that fit into your garage, you know. And it got 240 miles per tank, you know.
Mhm.
And that car never seen the light of day. Their theory behind that was that if it explodes, like because the fuel tank was the bottom of the car,
like the hydrogen bomb.
If it was to explode, it would be a hydrogen bomb, but it's completely different technology than the hydrogen bomb. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
but it scared people enough to where they were like, I ain't buying that car.
Like a Pinto wouldn't fucking kill you.
Exactly. But they were betting that people weren't smart enough to understand the difference between a hydrogen bomb and a car that ran on water, you know, like hydrogen, you know, like one, you're splitting an atom. The other one, you're just running off the gas of that water and electricity produced.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of different.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but that car would have been awesome. And also, I think that was something to where the electricity that car generated would fuel your house too. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like this crazy ass car. And yeah, dude, that thing never seen a light of day. Like it got shot down immediately. Yeah.
The guy who invented it just disappeared, probably.
Yeah, probably did, dude. I wouldn't put it past him.
No, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either.
Yeah, because everything, like they have stories about some dude inventing a hydrogen carburetor or some shit like that, you know, or an attachment to a carburetor, like back in the 60s. And he got drunk and he's yelling about and then next thing you know, people from the automotive industry show up and that guy's never seen again, you know.
Yeah,
it's true, dude. Like,
yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, that doesn't that doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, it's like
you screwing with their money. Yeah.
Yep. Metal Movies and Brewskis, what's up, bro? says, I like the
What's up, dude?
James Bond boat car. Badass. Yeah, I have like a little die-cast metal replica of that. It was a Lotus Esprit, I think. You know, the one that's in The Spy Who Loved Me, which is like the best of like the Roger Moore Bond movies, where Caroline Munro, Superfly Caroline Munro,
yeah,
is like flying a helicopter and like trying to machine gun his ass, and he like drives off a pier, and it goes into the water, and like little it's like Doc Salem's car. It's like the Mephisto.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I probably stole it from that actually.
Oh, dude,
subconsciously, I probably fucking was like, it'll be cool. Yeah,
yeah, like that hadn't already appeared in like multiple comic books and pulp novels and shit like that. You know, that's like you know, it's like you may have gotten it from there, but they got it from like an old movie serial or something.
Yeah, I always thought that was cool. Now that you reminded me of it, I remember it pretty fucking clearly, actually. Like, I remember just like on a Doc Salem car, the wheels folded underneath the car, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And the turbines, like, came out. I think it came out the trunk. Am I right? Or is that, like, the propeller?
Of what?
Of the James Bond car.
What happened was these little fins... I should actually see if I got that thing, because I have a model of it that, like, you know, has all the, you know, you press a button and like the little fins pop out, and then there are also missiles that fire out of the rear window, and I think I actually still have the missiles too.
I think I've seen it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well, you know what it's like? It's like this thing that I lost for years, and recently found after going through some boxes.
No way, dude! I never seen that. There's a movie called Antitrust. Oh, sweet. Yeah. That was it. Yeah, it's bad. No, wait, that's not the car. That's from the old.
No. This is the Goldfinger car.
Yeah.
Right. It's got the ejector seat. Here, check it out. Oh man, like the Chinese dude just got stuck in here.
Always wanted a car with an injector seat.
You know, well, yeah, I mean, you know, if like the person that's riding shotgun is like boring the fuck out of you with like some old story, just like,
right? Do you remember that time?
Yep. Hey, remember that time I fucked your old lady?
Or just somebody you just don't like. Just put them in that.
Yeah, if they're just
send them on their way.
Yeah, just tell them your study has become boring to me. Yeah, and then it's got like the little bulletproof shield that pops up.
That's awesome.
And the machine guns.
We're gonna have a big show and tell show coming up for the a Doc Salem episode where we they got our old Kirby books, you know. And,
hell yeah!
Show those off. I think it's gonna be a blast. Zaid's gonna be part of it.
Oh, that's
I
great.
love doing shows like that. I think those are awesome.
Oh, dude, how much fun was that the other day when like Pops was hanging out and we're all like the fever just spread, and next thing we're all going and just like grabbing boxes and going through shit.
Yeah, dude, I'm totally down for doing that again. Like, I really enjoy doing it. Like,
it's fun.
I don't think even with the people that we got out there right now, like EVS and people like that, I don't think we talk enough about comics. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we don't talk enough about comics. We don't talk.
Everybody's trying to sell you something instead of just like enjoying the genre. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I'm guilty of it too. Hell, I'm trying to tell people that I'm closing a Doc Salem campaign. I mean, not Doc Salem, non-Devils.
Well, you know, well, that's the thing. It's cool to shill, but don't shill all the time.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because
sometimes you got to just appreciate what you got. What you know, the genre. Yeah.
To go back to like what Sim said. Basically, this scene is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, 365 days a year con.
Yeah. And what's the coolest? That's the thing that was disappearing from Comic-Cons too, though, was comic books. And I'm not lying about that. People can say what they want, but that's exactly like there was shows that I was at where it was like blah 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 Comic-Con and Mississippi or whatever, and you go and there's no comics. There's no comic vendors.
Yeah.
it's all toys and
Funko Pop heads, those fucking things. Man.
Fucking pops.
I hate those things.
And then there's art, but there's no comics. And I was like, dude, I want to see comics, dude.
No shit.
Like, that's why I'm going there.
Well, dude, any convention is all about one thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Eddie's right. Eddie's like, the worst thing about those streams is putting the books away.
Yeah, no, I hate that shit too. Yeah.
Well, kind of, but kind of not too. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah.
Because what happens is I'm like, dude, I got to read that again.
Well, yeah, no, that's absolutely right. Like I'm going, like I still haven't done it, but I'm meaning to go through my long boxes and bust out all my old Grendel comics because you were like going off.
Oh, that'd be cool. Like I want to do a mandatory Matt Wagner like show too. Like at least, in fact, we should do one this week. Let's do that this week and start.
Hell yeah! Count me in.
Hex Harper, Hex Allen was saying that he's a huge Grendel fan. He was disappointed he couldn't be part of that spur of the moment show that we did about Matt Wagner.
Well, that sucks. That sucks for him.
Yeah. But, yeah, I know, right? I told him I'd invite him to the show that we're going to do, the mandatory Matt. I'm trying to get Matt Wagner to appear too, but
that would be.
I think he thinks I'm a stalker or some shit like that. It's like, do not contact me, please.
Well, dude, you have to understand. A lot of these people have, I
know, right?
A lot of fucking sick fucks.
They're saying your range on your headset is seriously impressive.
Yeah, it's not bad. I can actually even kind of go upstairs and still get like reasonably good. Well, I mean, shaky reception upstairs, but I can usually like hear what's going on.
What's going on?
Let me see. Looking for that Bond car. And also what's fun when you bust shit out like this is every now and then you see somebody that's like, it's like you're a fan of something, but they're like a super fan.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, crap. All right. I got to give it up.
I'm not like that. I'm not like
that.
No,
you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be.
Like, this is mine.
It's mine. It's just I just enjoy mailing shit. Although now, of course, it's not as much fun because like you mail something to somebody and it'll take like half a year to get there.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, I'm trying to get rid of this piece of paper that I'm using to go ahead and buffer my thing. I ordered some of those inspection gloves, like the white cotton inspection gloves, to see if they work any better.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, because I know people use them to do artwork on their Wakems, but I wonder if they'll work the same way if I use them, to do prevent smearage.
Well, I mean, do you know any other artists that use that method?
I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of other artists sketch, and I can, and plus it's kind of a dying. It's a shame to say it, but sketching is a dying art form.
Yeah, but there's still enough peeps on the Twatter where you can just like hop on there and ask, and somebody will tell you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Or if they know like a method that's even better or whatever.
Yeah, I just want to check it out, see if it works. If not, then not. So fuck it. All
right, I think that's about enough. Nah, fuck it. Let me bust out one more. Bust out one more. That's the problem. It's always one more.
It's always one more.
And then the next, and then the next.
Plus, I love collecting comics, but I kind of want to show off my collection every now and then. Flex a little bit on it. And, I want to see what other people have too. Like, I'm curious because I know Eddie he's a serious collector. Like he's got his folder, all that kind of shit. I kind of want to see what he's got hiding in his collection. And I can be like, okay, Eddie, well, you got to give me that because I'm gonna do a sketch for you.
Exactly. We could always swap shit too.
Yeah.
You know who has a really sick art collection that he's posting from all the time is Steve Niles.
Steve Niles.
Yeah. 30 Days of Night.
Okay. All right.
Right.
Yeah,
And,
I know. Yeah.
And
I
also
remember 30 Days.
because he worked with Bernie a lot.
Uh-huh.
And so he has like a bunch of original rights.
No way. Holy shit,
Yeah. And he's somebody that's great to follow on Twitter because he never talks about politics. He just posts pictures of like artwork that he owns.
Yeah.
And for like shit from his collection, and pictures of his giant tortoise, Gil. That's that hangs out in his backyard.
I think another person who has a giant turtle that they rescued is fucking Arthur Sweetum.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from what I heard, he's got like this massive turtle that he found on the beach or something like that, and he just like brought it back to life or some shit. Yeah.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Well, good for him.
I would have ate it. I would have totally ate it. Just been like, God, this tastes so good. Turtle soup. Yeah.
And actually, I don't think that those are turtles. I think those might be tortoises, or at least I think the one that Steve Niles has is a tortoise.
I think they call them, like, the official name is soup. I'm almost positive.
Have you ever had turtle soup?
Nah, I live in Louisiana, dude. I've eaten frog legs and shit like that.
Yeah.
Turtle soup. The reason why I haven't had turtle soup too is because the Louisiana snapping turtle, which is that huge ass fucking turtle that looks like a dragon. I think one of the main reasons it's gone extinct is because turtle soup tastes so good.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah, and it's those things live like fucking millennia.
I know. They would live to be like way past 100.
Yeah, like 150 years old or some shit like that. Like a big one.
Yeah.
Is definitely like over 100 years, dude. Definitely by a large margin too. Like, and it's crazy. Like, I mean, I remember when I was a kid, my dad picked one up with a stick, and he's like, "Never go around these fuckers because they'll take your finger off."
Oh,
you know?
easily.
Yeah, I remember the tail. Man. The tail looked like a dragon. You know, like a fucking like literal dragon. Like it was crazy.
Yeah. We got snappers out here too, and if you're like if you go to some place like Bear Mountain or they got these cool places to hike out here, and sometimes you'll be on a bridge or something looking down at the water, see like a giant fucking snapping turtle.
Yeah,
they're pretty
and
damn
you got to
cool.
think like. Those things have survived like 3 generations of Criscos.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to fuck with that, right? You want it's like cutting down like a California redwood or something.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like I like the fact. It makes me feel good that motherfucker is still going to be around long after I'm gone. I guess maybe that messes with some people. Somebody was talking about Double Impact the other night.
Who's that?
I don't know if that was Phil. Phil, was that you? Double Impact. It was like one of the like Valiant action figures. And
you got? Let me see it. Let me see what you got there. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna put you on full screen. I think I remember those figures when they first came out.
And what I liked about this one, the reason I bought it is because it looked like my favorite porn star from the 80s.
That looks like the same guy who sculpted the Lady Death sculpture back in the day. In fact, the body looks exactly the same. Here, hold on 1 second.
All right. Well, they'll do that sometimes. They'll reuse like parts from other figures.
I picked this up at Second and Charles for $5.
Let's check it out.
Oh wait, you're still on full screen, aren't you?
Yeah, sure. Ooh.
Yeah.
Bitchin'.
That's what I'm saying. This body style looks exactly like the Double Impact you just showed off. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that a? Oh no! It's different because her legs are wider apart.
Well, you can push the weight. No, you can't. You can't push them in. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think you could push these out either. You know, these are the action figures. They weren't really designed to be
exactly
played with,
action
so they don't have a lot of articulation. That's what I couldn't stand about the fucking McFarlane figures. Not the Spawn figures. I'm talking about these shits.
Brian's got so much shit. Jesus.
Yeah, I do.
When you move, you're gonna have tons of shit. You're either gonna give away or put in a storage shed, or
yeah, no shit, dude.
I was thinking about that because we're planning on moving sometime soon, and I was like, what am I gonna do with all this shit?
Yeah, I mean, I do have a lot of this crap. When I sell the house, I'm probably gonna, store a lot of this shit until I figure out, like, if I'm moving to Germany or if I'm moving to Portland or if I'm moving to sub-Saharan Africa. once I figure out what the fuck I want to do. But these fucking things, man, the fucking McFarlane movie maniacs. This is one for the fly. You can see even the plastic.
Dude, that plastic is so yellow you can't even see inside of it. Like, that shit is crazy.
Yeah, super low
quality. Is that
quality.
from the fly too, or is it from the first fly?
It's from the first one. It's never been opened. And yeah,
those you might as well fucking open it. I'm gonna tell you why.
Shit.
Because that packaging.
Oh, no, I did open it.
It rots like you wouldn't believe, dude. Like that plastic gets so brittle, you can put your finger through it after a while.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. What I hated about these fucking things is that they just broke really easy.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. He said there was a problem with the manufacturer, like the plastic that they were mixing wasn't, the balance was off or something like that, and they just like came apart.
Brundlefly.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? This one isn't that bad. This is a little bit more like the Spawn figures, because the other ones I had like the Brandon Lee Crow and the Snake Plissken figure, the one that was like for Escape from LA, and those were like so shoddily made that if your cat like knocked them off your shelf, they would like shatter into like a million pieces.
Holy shit, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, and like that. I was like, that's it. That's the last straw. No more McFarlane shit for me.
No, I remember McFarlane like coming out and saying shit about that. You know what I'm saying? Like they had a fire a manufacturer, like a
oh, no kidding,
Japanese manufacturer, because their chemical mixture for plastic was terrible. And
see, I just thought he just didn't care about quality control.
No, you gotta realize he's not making the toys. He's just doing the sculptures, and then they send the final sculpt off. And so he was dealing with it. I mean, it's all about the cheaper, as cheap as you can possibly get it made without sacrificing too much of the quality.
Yeah. And, it's capitalism.
Yeah, but. Yeah, I remember him talking about that because he was on the Howard Stern show back then. And Howard Stern and one of his employees was a huge collector of McFarlane toys. And that was the thing, dude. I remember Howard Stern saying that his uncle used to paint the Superman covers back in the day, right? Like early Superman covers,
really?
Action Comics. It was Action Comics. It wasn't Superman.
Right.
And his mother went in a room and said, "I'm not dealing with all this clutter," and threw it all in the garbage.
Oh,
dude! Like all his comic collection, the artwork his uncle gave him, everything went in the garbage.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. And he was like, "Do you realize how much?" I mean, of course, Howard Stern doesn't need the money, but still. That's some serious, like any geek out there is like clutching their pearls at this point.
And it's just like it's flushing money down the fucking toilet.
Jesus, dude. Plus, I mean, that was a family member that gave him that. I would have been like, no, dude, that's Uncle blah 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 gave me that. What are you, crazy?
Yep.
But no, that's what happened, dude. Like, I couldn't believe it either. I was like, God, dude. I was like, what? That is crazy. Yeah.
I
I'd
bet
get
Mark.
arrested. I'd be like, I killed my mother. I didn't mean to. But I know she
Yeah.
gave me life, but she threw away my collection of stuff. It's all about my stuff, bro.
Don't fuck with my toys and my comics.
It's all
Oh,
about
man.
the stuff.
This is actually, I'm actually kind of surprised. Yeah, this has never been opened.
Yeah,
This
dude,
is,
it's fucked up.
This is like, that's actually a pretty good likeness of Wesley Snipes, don't you think?
Let me see. Hold on. I noticed on Tubi they have the Blade the TV series on there, but I'm not a huge Blade the TV series fan.
Oh,
You know
dude.
like,
It's like,
I remember
okay,
that being terrible.
dude, who did they cast as Blade?
I can't remember.
Sticky Fingers.
Who?
Sticky Fingers from fucking Onyx, some like lame rap group.
I got a question before we go any further.
Michael Jai White. Hello.
Oh,
Yeah.
was it really?
No, it should have been Michael Jai White.
Yeah,
he would have been perfect.
Metal movies and brewskis. Do you collect comics, or are you just a creator? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you collect old comics like Jack Kirby and shit like that?
Let me see if this will stand on a base. Oh, I love the pump.
I don't know if he heard me.
Like, I love these pumps. Pumps in a bump. Pumps in a bump. Like the girls, the pumps in a bump. Yeah, pumps in a bump. Pumps in a bump. Oh my god. The fucking MC Hammer gangster rap record is like the best thing ever. Let me see if she can actually hold these guns. Yeah, it's always fun looking at the guns in comics and toys and like seeing it's like, okay, did this person actually do their research? Or is this just kind of like, you know, like the early Punisher appearances? He's always like holding like some kind of gun that doesn't exist.
Oh, wait 1 second.
Of course, nowadays it's as easy just as like a fucking Google search, but.
All right.
Oh, wait a second. I think the paint might be chipping here. Let's see. Oh no. No, it's the back. It's the back of her glove.
What you got?
Oh,
that's the yeah, that's badass, dude. Yeah, they were pretty accurate.
The bow tie.
They're not making those anymore. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, this looks exactly like Madison Stone, the porn star. Has like the same rack.
That's why they sold so many back in the day.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
When they put out
that's why I bought it.
When they put out the Frank Frazetta toy line,
yeah,
I was like, no way, dude. That blew me away. I'm surprised Todd McFarlane never got a hold of that. Yeah.
Right. And I know they're coming out with more. I know there's a whole bunch of Conan toys that are just coming out.
I'm talking about back in the day. Like back in the 90s, they had, and they were accurate as fuck, dude. They were really badass. And I always wondered that, like, why didn't Todd pick up? Like, that was something I could see McFarlane Toys just knocking out the park, yeah.
Maybe Frazetta didn't want to part with the rights. You know, that's always a possibility.
Some collectors like their comics in mint condition, and some of them just collect them metal. You know. Yeah. And I'm a mint condition type of guy with most of my shit, but you know, it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
I take care of my comics, but I've always been more a reader than a collector. Like I'd be if I could turn in all of my comic books and just get them back as like trade paperbacks, I would do it in like a heartbeat.
Well, you know, McFarlane actually he came to comics late. I think he came to comics in his teenage years or something like that. You know.
Well, yeah, he was never a comic book fan.
Yeah. He was.
He would
I think he was he was a fan of the characters. He wasn't really a fan of the comics, but
right.
He was the type of guy who, when he read a comic, he would just roll it up and put it in his back pocket. That's one of the reasons why he did such a large run of Spawn, because he didn't really want it. He didn't care if it was going to be a collectible or not.
Ooh. Well, hello. Yeah, what's also cool is just like going through these and like sometimes just finding shit. And check this out, Silver Surfer.
Oh shit! Look at you.
From the
that's from the cartoon.
Yeah,
the Jack Kirby cartoon. I refer to it as Jack Kirby cartoon.
Wasn't that great?
Yeah, but it basically, they used Jack Kirby's like art style in that. And that's the first time I ever seen that done before. I was like, whoa, dude. Yeah, this isn't just like Hanna-Barbera cartooning. This is actually Jack Kirby's like style.
Yeah. It was made, anybody that hasn't seen that, check it out. It was made with real love.
Dude, it was innovative, respect. Dude. And you got to check out the background characters because they snuck Rom in there. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They snuck a bunch of characters into the background.
Oh, wow. Got Sean Connery from Dr. No.
Dr. No.
And do you know that he was while filming Diamonds Are Forever, he was dating Jill St. John and God, who's the chick who plays Plenty O'Toole in that? I forget her name. But man, he was the super chick. He was dating both of the Bond girls in that movie at the same time. In other words, the man was a Chad.
Jesus Christ. What tripped me out was everybody freaked out when Sean Connery said he doesn't mind slapping his old lady around a little bit.
That was fucked up.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, man, I do.
People lost their shit over that. They were like, what?
He said,
"How dare you?"
Well, you know what he said? He said, "Well, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to hit a woman." I'm like, "Yeah, you could throw her down a flight of stairs."
I don't know which interview you seen, because the one I seen, he was like, every now and then she needs a little slap.
He said, "Yeah, no, you're fucking around."
Huh?
You're fucking around.
I swear to God.
Really?
He said. He said when she gets out of line, she needs a little slap to put her. I was like, what?
Now, if it was a kinky thing, it was just like, well, she's been a bad girl, she needs a spanking.
Where did Sean Connery come from, though? I know he's old England, but Scotland. Scotland. That's right, Scotland. But was he is that a thing in Scotland where they just
smack their women around?
Yeah, they're like, no, just knock her up a little bit. You'll be fine.
I don't know. Some people are just fucked up that way. It's probably like what he grew up seeing. Like most wife beaters, they grew up watching their fathers beat their mothers, and so they think that that's normal.
Wasn't he born in the early 1900s though? Really early 1900s?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like you have people that come from certain times or eras. It's like that's one of the things about the social justice warriors that drives me crazy. They don't do context.
Yeah, they don't separate.
In other words, somebody that's virulently racist in 1920 is the same exact thing as somebody being racist in 2020.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sure H.P. Lovecraft's general attitude towards black people and immigrants probably wasn't that different from that of almost all of his neighbors.
Well,
that's not to say it was right, but you know what I'm saying.
To all my friends that were out there, they were they couldn't get past that I was defending Dr. Seuss, and I was like, I'm not defending Dr. Seuss, and I'm not really defending the work because I like Dr. Seuss's stuff, but
yeah,
I was like, if you go onto this banning crusade,
where does it stop?
I was like, just because the person was a horrible person, or you put out a couple of works that were seriously racist, I was like, you better take a strong look at H.P. Lovecraft, because he was a serious racist, dude.
Oh, dude. Dude, he's been canceled multiple times.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't defend one and then prosecute the other. You gotta. And
they have been. They have
You
been.
know?
Yeah. No. Lovecraft is Neil Gaiman got in deep shit. He almost got canceled. Actually, I think maybe he is canceled. At least he
Really?
came close to getting canceled because he was like grading somebody's art and said,
Mhm.
"Oh, it looks really great. It looks Lovecraftian." And so
Yeah.
then the artist was like, "So you're saying it's racist?"
Yeah, that's
That's
ignorance.
that's
That's not.
it's retarded.
Yeah,
Like what the fuck?
that's being seriously ignorant. That's not. I don't see that as being controversial. They're just being ignorant or trying to
yeah,
start shit with Neil Gaiman.
yeah. But the thing
Neil
is,
Gaiman told me blah blah blah.
well, the thing is those people win.
Yeah,
They get their way. They have the power right now.
I
But
keep not paying attention to the chat, but we got some good comments in here.
oh, Norn. Okay, at least he turns his hips swivel a little bit.
Yeah, I think they're talking about Sean Connery when they're talking about his voice and where he grew up at. Yeah,
Yeah, he was a Scottish rules player. I don't know what the fuck rules is, but I think it's like rugby. Oh no, wait, the little fin is back there, so we should be facing this way.
yeah, that's true. Eminem was profiled. I guess is it profiled or was it discriminated against? That's what he was when he was first when he was trying to bust into hip hop. In fact, if it wasn't for Dr. Dre, you would not be listening to Eminem today.
Yeah, no shit. That's why nobody knows who Necro is.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Anybody can be racist, though. That's my point.
No shit. And there's no. But here's the thing:
if they're human and they have a pulse, they have the ability to be racist.
Yeah, no shit, dude. But the problem is that there's certain kinds of racism that are good, and there's certain kinds of racism that are bad.
Yeah.
It's okay to be racist against like white male, cisgendered heterosexuals.
Well, that's
with
when
green
it comes
eyes.
to that. I have to argue with that a little bit because, from what I understand, like Oriental people were being prosecuted for a long time because in colleges and all kinds of shit because they were smart.
Dude, you just fucked up.
What?
You just fucked up. You're getting canceled. You're getting canceled.
Oriental
dude,
people?
Yeah, you could. They're a person, like a Japanese person, Korean person, Chinese person, is not an Oriental. They're an Asian. An Oriental would refer to a rug or a vase.
Oh, okay. All right.
So but that's it, dude.
Well, it was good having a station.
That's it. Your life's over. Your life's over now. Bye. See ya. Canceled into oblivion. Oh, I love this thing, man. I couldn't believe I'm
so
this.
Would it be Oriental food or would it be Asian cuisine?
Oh, you can't even say the word Oriental now. Yeah. No, that's a verboten word. Like, never let it like cross your lips again. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love this thing.
A sweet tap dancing Jesus.
Tap dancing Jesus.
Tap dancing Jesus.
Wait, did that? Oh, okay.
No. I'm not good at being politically correct. And just not. I never claimed to be.
Well, how do you keep up with that shit, too? It's not like they release a manual every month, right?
Well, I refuse to buy into lunacy. Like, it's
Thank
crazy.
you. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's madness. Absolute fucking madness. Now check this out. Big old school G.I. Joe style 12-inch figure of
is that the original G.I. Joe? Like Action Man or some shit like that? Or?
No. This is a George Lazenby action figure.
I'm gonna put us on an equal footing here.
The best Bond by far. He played James Bond for one movie. He was like an Australian model. That
was he really?
Yeah. It was an Australian male model. He had no experience as an actor, and so he just like walked into like Cubby Broccoli's office and got the part. Like he basically bullshitted his way in. And so when they started shooting the movie, he turns to the director and is just like, I think I'm in deep shit here because I don't know how to act. And the director was like, wait a second, like you basically bullshitted your way like to get into getting this job, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're telling me. He's like, yeah. He's like, asshole, that's what acting is. Right? And you
What Butch Cleaver just said here, that's my motto.
Say what I like, I do what I like.
That's right. It's the American way. You know, another person that was a male model that fell into an acting career was Tom Welling of Smallville.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, he was always a male model. He was actually, he was a catalog model. Like he was, you know, he did catalog shoots and shit like that where, you know, and I think that's how he was discovered. They were like, you look like Clark Kent.
you know who else was a catalog model?
Who's that?
Was Gina Davis.
Really?
Yeah, she was a Victoria's Secret model.
Yeah.
Oh, and those you can find those pictures online too of her like rocking like some lingerie. Oh.
No, there's a lot of catalog
caliente.
models that fell into acting careers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't have to be a friggin' genius. And Lazenby was not a bad Bond. He was a lightweight Bond, but he certainly wasn't a bad one. And he actually ended up in what I think is the best movie in the series.
I'm friends with Actually, he lives around us. He lives in New Orleans. Jason Carter from Babylon 5.
Oh no shit!
And yeah, we hung out a few times. I got pictures where he's carrying me. Yeah.
Oh no shit! Wait, who was he again?
He was he was he was a ranger on Babylon 5. You know.
Oh.
And you know what I'm talking about? The Rangers.
Yeah. I think I know who you were talking about. Yeah, they were badass.
Yeah, and he was like watching him in his old roles and stuff like that. Like you can tell a great actor because you don't recognize him from TV show to TV show. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, like chameleons
with no makeup at all. They can completely change your outlook on their personality and how you remember them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah.
And that's one thing I can say about Jason Carter. I asked Jason, I was like, dude, why don't you teach? I was like, why
Seriously?
are you should not be retired. Yeah.
Seriously, man. And you know, that's a that's a great thing for somebody to do if they're not getting work or if they're retired, is, you know.
Well, I was wondering why he never got work either. I was like, why aren't you know? And he was like, well, you know, blah blah. I think he just doesn't want to do acting anymore. You know, and you can't really blame him. I mean, Hollywood's a fucking pit of piranhas. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep. Oh man, I got a whole bunch of these too. These were really cool.
He works for Martin's Wine Cellar nowadays.
Oh well, I mean, you know, I know there's like one of my favorite actors from like Italian exploitation movies is like a real estate guy and real estate agent in Los Angeles now.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't know if you ever saw these. These were great. These were like little, like for like $5, you'd get like a
probably Rockabilly Road Trip. That's what she's got. Oh, those are cool. Where'd you get those from?
Oh, these? I got
China?
these from. No. China? I got these from a Japanese strip mall. That's
people were stripping over there
in New Jersey. No, it's this place called Mitsuwa. It's this place called Mitsuwa. Where they've got, it's in Edgewater, New Jersey, where they've got a Japanese strip mall because there's like a large Japanese population there. So there's a strip mall that has a Japanese supermarket. Needless to say, like the best fresh fish you will find anywhere, like in the tri-state area.
Nice.
And I'm a big seafood guy. and you can get like green tea flavored everything. You name it, they got it in green tea flavor, and I'm a green tea guy. And then of course they have a food court where you can get like a bunch of like authentic style Japanese food, including like the best ramen you will ever have in your life.
Did you say llama? Like the best llama?
No. The best ramen, bitch. The best ramen. You know what I'm talking about, fool.
I can't believe they sell llama at a Japanese place. That's crazy.
That's so tasty. I especially love
Delicious llama.
Llama lips in particular are a real treat.
Llama lips.
Oh, check this out. This is Godzilla from Godzilla versus the Smog Monster, picking up and about to destroy the Smog Monster's eggs.
That is a very, very old movie you're referencing there, buddy.
Well, yeah, that's what's cool about these is like you can get like Godzilla from like any one of the Godzilla movies, or enacting like a particular scene, and they got some of the other monsters. Like I got a Gigan in here. Somewhere.
Love Gigan.
Oh. What does that look like to you?
It looks like Gigan's tail.
Yeah, sure does. He bust his.
You seen it on Rogan? What do you see on Rogan? Oh yeah, I seen that too. Yeah, Maynard from Tool. He owns a farm where they make wine and shit like that. And
yeah,
he said because that's where he want to raise his kids.
Like the Napa Valley, I think.
The only thing I can say about that, that works for Maynard. Because Maynard his kids are probably homeschooled and all that kind of shit. But dude, I grew up on a farm because they thought it'd be a good idea. Great place to raise kids, and it was not. It was definitely not.
Yeah, I hear that.
If kids don't have something to do, they will try their best to find something. Yeah,
and
it's
you're not going to like it.
Going to be good.
You're not going to like it. Yeah,
no, you will not like it, and it will not be wholesome.
No,
I'll tell you that right now.
No, they're going to find somebody and throw them into a thresher. Billy Baxo says, you'd love it where I am, Brian. I live in one of the last 2 fishing towns that's independent in California. Non-commercial fishermen go out every day. The tuna is to die for. Oh, man, I love me a good, raw tuna or fatty tuna. And
tuna steaks are the shit.
Steaks are the shit.
Yeah.
Except, of course, you can't barbecue those. You have to just, sear them.
I like it sushi style.
Yeah, me too. And let's see, there goes his tail. There goes his head. Although I think I might be missing one of those little things that's like right next to his cheek. Let me see. I always thought his visor looked pretty cool.
His what?
Visor.
Oh yeah.
This guy isn't doesn't have eyes. He's just like rocking a visor.
Yeah, they had a pretty interesting story. They were going to introduce Gigan into the Godzilla Planet thing they were doing on Netflix.
I didn't watch that. Is that any good?
Dude, it's so bad.
It looks painful. It
was horrible. The animation was painful. Everything about that show was terrible. Yeah.
That's what I heard. That's why I didn't fuck with it.
It's that Netflix animation. Like they try to get away with the cheapest shit they can possibly get away with, and they're like, nobody's going to notice. I'm saying
yeah, but then you look at something like Castlevania, and the animation in that is fucking amazing.
It's great, dude. Like that's straight the fuck up, like anime. Yeah.
Yep.
And but I have to believe that that's another studio that put that together and pushed it to Netflix, and not Netflix taking it like doing it on its own.
Well, I think they, I know that they do some shit on their own, but a lot of the stuff that says that it's that it's like a Netflix series or Netflix production, it's something that they're just distributing basically.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was thinking that like that. It was just something they were distributing. Yeah.
All right, there goes his tail. Wait. Where's this other wing? Where's this other wing?
That new comic is badass, dude. I read Ultra Mega, and it's because Adam Larson told me. Me and Adam's working on a book, like it's going to be a kung fu book, you know, like old school kung fu magic, you know. And I got to talk to Adam too. Like we haven't talked in a minute, and I know we got a year before we have to put it out, but that year goes pretty quick, you know.
Yeah, I'm working on a horror comic with him right now.
Yeah, but
Adam's a great guy. But yeah, he talks. He was telling me about Ultra Mega too, and how awesome
Ultra Mega is awesome. I dug it. Here's the thing. I don't think the artist knows how to do giant monsters like in a comic book. Yeah,
right.
Because everything, just looking at the cover, it didn't look like something that had giant monsters in it, like kaiju.
Right.
It just looked like a regular comic book, you know. And I was like, when you're doing giant monsters, you have to do like forced perspectives and shit like that to make them look bigger than what they are. Yeah.
Right.
And like even the cover, I was like, is this? I was like, I didn't. And then he was like, no, dude, it's cool. It's a kaiju book, you know, kind of like a fucking diver. And I was like, really? So I checked it out, and I was like, I was impressed. I thought it was pretty good. You know, I mean, honestly, I think we could do a better job, but it's not a bad shot, not a bad try. Yeah.
That's it. Kaiju project in 2022.
I really do. I really think that if we did put out a kaiju project, I think it'd be badass. And I think it would.
Oh, dude.
I think it would kick. I think it would kick ass big time. You know?
Oh man. We should think about that, man. I would do that in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah.
And I know it's my kaiju, but Adam was telling me about like how completely sick some of the scenes are in that, like that one of the not the kaijus, but like one of like the because it's sort of like Ultraman, right?
A little bit, like, yeah.
About like, you know, how one of these things gets its head cut off and that its blood like drowns like all these people in the street, and then it scabs over.
And
then
and
then the hero finds like these hands of a woman just sticking out of this like dried blood, holding a baby. Like this woman was drowning, was just like holding her child up so that it would hopefully survive. It's like, god damn.
Yeah, no, he's right. That there's some pretty fucked up scenes in there. But I think if you do something like that, because there's a lot of body horror and mutilation and stuff like that in it. And I think the premise is that these kaiju just spring up from people. You know, you catch a disease and you become infected with this kaiju thing, you know.
Interesting.
And then you turn into a giant monster. And I think they could have brought the body horror a little further, and made it a little bit more horrifying. But it wasn't a bad book, especially for modern comics, you know, because I'll be
you have to grade on everybody,
dude. Like, I am not impressed with a lot of shit that's being put out by Image and a lot of other companies out there. Like, you know,
it's bad. It really is. No, I grade on a curve. It's the same way if I'm watching like a low budget movie. I'm way more forgiving than if it's like, you know, like some big mainstream piece of shit.
That shit to look good.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you know, like I was watching Army of the Dead the other day. I turned that shit off after like about like 90 minutes in. I was just like, yeah, whatever.
Well, I got to say, I watched Where last night. You know?
Oh yeah, how is that,
dude? It was good. I mean, it's obviously. They never had a huge budget, right?
And werewolves are hard to do.
But they used it very, very wisely.
Yeah.
And like, there's no real makeup to the monster, you know, except, you know, that. But it's the like.
Is it like the Henry Hull? Is it like the Henry Hull makeup?
There's no real makeup. It's kind of just blood. You know what I'm saying? Like just a lot of blood and you know, like wounds and stuff like that, you know, there's no, and they had one scene where it looked like the monster's bones are shifting, you know, but
you don't see the monster, or
no, you see it, but it doesn't really, like, it's a werewolf, but it's not. Let me see here. He's not. He
Like,
doesn't
more like,
look like the classic werewolf. You know
well,
what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but what's the classic werewolf? Because there's like, the classic werewolf, like in folklore, is the giant wolf, right?
yeah,
Where it's just like, basically, like, you'd look, if you saw it running around, you'd be like, wolf, wait a second, that's not a fucking wolf. Like, like, there's something off about it.
yeah,
And then,
yeah.
right, so you got the four-legged kind. Then you got, like, like in the Wolfman, the pug,
Well, let
right?
me put it
Which
this
is
way:
like,
there's not even fangs. You know what I'm saying? Like, no fangs or anything like that. But
okay,
like but it was so good, dude. Hey, what's up, Lit? And it
what up, little devil?
like they pulled it off without using a lot of that. With a lot of they never relied heavily on makeup
Yeah,
or special effects. Like
yeah.
it was. In fact, I think a lot of the effects were pretty much traditional. Like I don't think any of it was
See,
like a lot of digital art that was thrown in there.
it's making dude. Practical effects are making a comeback in a big way.
You know what I'm talking about when you watch it, but
Yeah, okay, I
dude,
will.
it was
But it is
it.
worth checking out. You would say, like, it's
Yeah.
at least worth a
Oh yeah,
watch.
dude, and it takes
Okay,
place in France, which is
okay.
another thing that kind of counted against it just a little bit with me because I don't like whenever they film in another country, it's usually because budget restraints or something like that, and
No, well, I
but
mean, it's probably a French movie, because the rest of the world are making movies too, and
well, the
especially.
main actors weren't French; they were American.
Oh,
You see what I'm
okay.
saying? Like,
Oh, so it's in English.
yeah,
Oh, okay. This the location is in France.
exactly, yeah,
Gotcha. Well, the first real werewolf story is actually from France. Is actually a French book called The Werewolf of Paris.
really,
Yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah. Because that's one of the things about werewolves. It's like you don't have like a defining classic work like vampires, Dracula, right? And then, of course, you have Frankenstein, Phantom of the Opera, all these great novels, but you don't really have. But for like werewolves, it's really mostly the movie, the Universal movie from 1942, The Wolfman. Like, that's where the whole silver thing comes from, and the curse, the pentagram appearing in the
fucking
hands.
pencil
You
jumped
do
out of my
catch you, but
hand.
I
It was
swear, of
crazy.
course, you'd let me do something with you. Oh, hell yeah, man!
Billy, I think I remember your work. Hold on. Wait a minute. Last Train to Busan was fucking amazing, dude.
Very good.
That
And,
was
and you know what I
crazy
like?
good.
And you know what? Like, people were really hard on the sequel. I actually liked it. I
I
thought it
never
was
seen
fun.
a I never seen a sequel because they haven't put it out in dubbed yet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh, okay.
but everything I heard about it was that it was fucking amazing, dude.
Now, you see,
Yeah.
normally I get annoyed with people that just refuse to learn how to read subtitles, but you've got dyslexia, so you get a pass.
Well,
I
I'm
can
a slow
imagine how
reader because
frustrating
of
that
that.
shit
Like,
would be.
I'm really slow when it comes to reading because of that. Like,
Oh yeah,
takes
dude,
me a
that would
little bit
be.
more time to read
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah. Dude, yeah, you get a pass. You get a
Oh,
pass for
Billy's
sure.
badass. Yeah, Billy's got some good stuff, dude. Yeah.
What do I know Billy from? Because like, if you mention like the
He
like,
did
has he
a
has he had a campaign yet?
AR-15 orangutan piece.
Oh, that Billy Baxo. Oh, hey man,
Yeah.
what's up, Billy? Yeah, it's just like, for some reason,
Arturo, what's up, brother?
I wasn't connecting the name with the guy. He's also a very good voice actor, by the way.
Is he really?
Yeah, we were on Kami Mark's stream the other day when we were reading a Das
Excerpt.
Kapital. No,
Yeah.
no, it was a manga based on Das Kapital by Karl Marx,
Yeah.
and which was really weird, but actually was like a pretty accurate representation of Marx's philosophy, or his like breakdown of capitalism.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just like who the, it's like, why? It's like, why would you, like, when you think of Das Kapital or Karl Marx, you don't immediately think that's got to be a comic book. But that's the thing with the Japanese; they got comic books for everything
Yeah.
because
And it's
everybody
good.
reads comic books. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a trip. I was
God damn it! I can't get Gigan's wings to fit.
Oh no, Bill, I'd love to work with you on some stuff. We'll do something in the future. You know.
Yeah, he's got mad
So,
crazy skills. I dig that dude.
Last Train to Busan was fucking amazing. I've been watching, like, since I found the holy grail of dubbed Oriental movies.
Yeah.
I'm going to be watching a lot more of that shit, like, in the near future. Yeah.
Yeah. Tubi's great, man. They got a lot of great trash on there too.
They do. Well, I don't know about the trash, but I did watch Life Force again. Yeah.
Oh, Life Force is awesome. I love that.
Dude,
movie.
Life Force is so good. It's like one of those movies that just doesn't get old. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, it actually gets better with age.
Yeah. Like I was watching it, I was looking at the computer screens, and I was like, God, that sucks so bad, but it's still good. It's still a good movie, you know. And they had like phones in there that all like fucking dial-up phones and shit like that. I was like, God damn, dude. You know, it's like a time capsule almost. You know?
Well, I know there's some people, like a lot of young people in particular, a lot of millennials, they can't watch movies that were made in the past because they're just like, no, it has to take place now, or they kind of tune out. Yeah,
it's weird.
But there's also, but these are the same people that also, like, you know, they can't watch a horror movie unless it's like found footage.
That's crazy. I hate found footage movies.
So do I. So do I. There's
the Blair Witch was the first and only found footage movie that I watched, and I was like, Then they put out one. They tricked me, dude. They tricked me because it was supposed to be a horror movie set on the moon. It was a found footage movie they somehow made, like, involving a moon landing. Yeah.
Okay.
And it was the worst fucking thing. I was like, you gotta be. That's it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the only found footage movie that I can possibly say that I liked was Cloverfield. Yeah.
Cloverfield was okay. The original Cannibal Holocaust is astounding, but it's one of those movies that I'm like, you know what?
Is that the one where the guy got in trouble because they actually thought that they were filming real cannibals or something like that? That's the one where there were a couple actually of these where they were killing real animals. No, it wasn't the animals; it was humans. Because they had one scene where this dude and this chick, and it looked like she had a pole going through her anus and out of her mouth.
That's it. That's Cannibal Holocaust.
But they said the guy was like, "No, we got in trouble for that." But they were like. He was like, but we never actually killed anybody. He was like, no, we sat her on top of the pole and we stuck the other half in her mouth and we told her just be real still while we pan around. And she did,
Yeah. And you know what? That is the most disturbing scene in that movie because the reason that happens to her is because, okay, basically it's a found footage movie. Guy goes into the jungle where this film crew disappeared. These documentary filmmakers disappeared a year or two ago, right? They find the footage, and then like the last half hour of the movie or last 45 minutes is that rolling.
I have to agree with Eddie on that.
To them. Oh, paranormal fucking snooze fest. Thank you.
What? You ever heard of that movie, Wreck?
Yes, awesome.
That was a good one.
Awesome, fantastic. Yeah. It's a movie where you think it's like a zombie movie, but it's not a zombie movie. And I'm not going to give it away, but the ending to that is one of the most horrifying endings to a horror film I've ever seen. Really? Highly recommended. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to check that out, dude. Like, seriously.
Yeah, there's an American remake, but you know, it's like whatever. I don't watch that. I don't watch that shit.
You know, the American remakes.
It's in Spanish though.
I'd rather them just dub the original movie so I can watch it instead of just doing a remake, dude. Like, seriously.
Dude, reshooting an entire movie just to have it in English? That's retarded.
Like, you remember they had a what was that TV show where it was a monster? I mean, a werewolf, a vampire, and a ghost all living in the same house?
Oh, Being Human.
Yeah, Being Human. I mean, if they would have just dubbed the UK version, I would have been cool with that.
They didn't need to dub the UK version. It's in fucking English. It's the same thing with The Office. It's just like
I'm kidding.
You have to redub it into American. No, that is a thing, though. That is a fucking thing. Then they did. No, they reshot. There's an American version of Being Human.
No, there is. No, that's what I'm trying to.
They wanted
that
to
was
take
the joke. You missed the
They
joke.
wanted to take the Trailer Park Boys and dub that into and not dub that into American, but like create an entirely new Trailer Park Boys series with entirely new Trailer Park Boys, so that people wouldn't be weirded out when they say oot or a boot or oot.
I don't know what does that mean. Oots.
Oh well, it's like a Canadian accent. They'll say like a boot. I mean,
that's Canadian. The Trailer Park Boys was Canadian.
Yeah,
oh, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, and thank goodness the guy who created the show, Mike Clattenburg, they were offering him like serious money.
I would have taken it. Let me put it to anybody out there that I have a little bit of integrity, but if somebody gives me millions of dollars to do Road Trip and and I can retire on that and do more Doc Salem comics, you're fucking right. I'm selling it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You wouldn't have taken that deal. I know you wouldn't have taken that deal. You know why? Because in order to do it, he would have had to fuck over his homeboys.
Oh yeah, no, I can't do that.
His homeboys wouldn't have been, because then it's just like, because those guys tour as the Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah.
Right. So he was just like, no, you can't. It's the it's okay. If you want to sell out, that's cool, but you can't sell out your fucking homeboys.
No, you can't do that. That's one thing I just don't do. Yeah.
No. There's some things that are, fuck that, man. Fuck that. And and that's why he turned it down. And last thing I knew saw that he did was the Black Jesus series for.
Oh, that was good. I love that.
I love that too.
That was the last thing that Charlie Murphy ever did, was it? Was Black Jesus?
Sure was. Charlie Murphy. Yeah.
I love Charlie Murphy, dude.
Oh my
Charlie
God.
Murphy was so badass.
Yeah, he was.
They said that dude was a fighter. Like he was like Joe Rogan speaks highly of fucking Charlie Murphy, dude.
Oh, that he was like a jiu-jitsu guy?
Well, him and Eddie, like their parents, to help them survive, put them in martial arts. Like were supposed to be like badass black belts. You know what I'm saying? Like,
really?
Yeah, dude.
I didn't know that. That's insane.
Yeah, and
awesome.
Like Charlie Murphy used to hang out with all these MMA fighters and shit, and he would. Like they would be like, oh yeah, what about this move? And Charlie Murphy would be like, oh yeah, what about the New York fucking backhand shuffle or some shit? And they were like, what? And then they look it up, and it's actually a move. You know
Damn, I had no fucking clue. But yeah,
I mean, in Chalmette, Louisiana, where I'm from, we had the Chalmatian handshake. Yeah,
which is
where somebody taps you on the shoulder, and when you turn around, they pop you in the mouth. Yeah.
Ding ding. What? Oh man, that's so mean. Let's see. Yeah. Damn,
I'm sure everybody has a different term for that move.
Just to let people know that you care.
Yeah.
Let's see. Damn, I can't completely get Gigan's. Wait, hold on a second.
See you later, Arturo.
Peace out, Arturo. Thanks for hanging out, man. Everybody in the chat, thank you for hanging out. If you haven't backed Six Gun Gorilla, Cemetery Without Crosses, go do it now. It's gonna be a banging book. It's gonna be
in a box.
You can see it's a banging book.
Eddie's like, I'll put you in a box.
Put you all in a box. Yeah, but if you put me in a box, I'd just do the 1 and 3 inch punch and bust my way out of there. The Bruce Lee 1 and 3 inch punch. Remember that was in fucking Kill Bill Volume 2 or whatever.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, like dude, Kill Bill was that's another movie that I think is going to be a timeless fucking, you can watch that one over and over again.
I'm not really crazy about it, but I got a hard on. I've got a hard on against Tarantino. Because he's a collage artist. All his movies are made up of bits and pieces of other people's movies. and he doesn't necessarily give credit. I'm not saying he's a no talent. I've never said he's a no talent. It's just at a certain point, it's just like, or like when he did like the fucking Django Unchained. It's just like,
I thought
no,
that was good. You ever like that?
I didn't watch. I refused to watch it.
Why?
Because it didn't have fucking Franco Nero.
I don't know.
Jamie Foxx is not Django. Fucking Franco Nero is Django. There's only one Django, and that's Franco Nero.
But is he unchained?
Well, I mean, he'll blow holes in your body with a fucking machine gun.
Nah, I don't know anything about that. All I know is that.
Oh, you've never seen Django?
No, I haven't. No, I've seen Django Unchained. I've seen that.
You gotta watch the original. I think that's on Tubi.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's one of the greatest spaghetti westerns ever. And when you watch it, you're gonna see a lot of scenes that were from Tarantino movies that were later. It's one of the movies that he's pillaged the most. Although he did at least give Franco Nero and the director Enzo Castellari, I think they both had cameos in.
Oh, cool! Excellent.
Django Unchained. So that's something. Yeah, Django's fucking badass, man. That's like wow. When it comes to like the spaghetti westerns,
you didn't like Hateful Eight? Chet, come on, brother.
I didn't even bother watching that shit.
Really?
Dude, it's like fucking 4 hours long. I'm not saying, dude.
I can't remember if it was 4 hours long. I just remember it was pretty good. And
every movie's like fucking like 3 hours long now. It's like, you know what? If it's like Sergio Leone or David Lean or one of these guys or Stanley Kubrick, I'll watch a 3-hour movie from them. That doesn't mean I'm gonna watch a 3-hour movie from every fucking jerk off that makes a movie. It's like, bitch, you're not Stanley Kubrick. Bitch, you're not fucking Sergio Leone.
Did you watch Justice League?
Yes.
The 4-hour version? Like the
yes, and enjoyed the hell out of it.
I did too. I thought 4 hours? I think 4. I didn't think 4 hours was enough. I was like, dude, I need more. I was like, this is so good,
dude.
And then they said that they're not continuing with that. Like that was it. That's the only thing you get, you fucks. They said they actually released that in a press release. They said, you fucks, you will not get any more. You fucks.
Yeah, no, I mean, they
spoiled fucks. And what the most disturbing thing about that press release was that it would be a disturbing trend if the movie going audience dictated what movies they got to see. And I was like, that is a disturbing trend. I was like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Well, you know what? I appreciate you know what, dude? I appreciate their honesty. Basically, you know what they told us? What that means? What that translates to? We don't want your money. Okay. All right, guys.
It means we will manipulate you in any way we want to, and you cannot say anything about it.
We're gonna make.
I don't care if you like it or you don't like it. We set trends.
Yeah, dickheads. Although, thank God, dude. Thank goodness they pulled the plug. Thank goodness they pulled the plug on that that fucking New Gods movie. Sorry, Eddie. What, you didn't like the?
Now, Eddie. I want you to know, I am a
Tarantino.
I'm a Tarantino guy. I like his stuff. In fact, that's one of we have the ultimate director for Rockabilly Road Trip would be Quentin Tarantino.
No,
no,
yeah, you need to watch. Now, the perfect director for Rockabilly Road Trip would be Alex de la Iglesias. Of course you don't. Of course you don't, because all of his movies are Spanish. He's from Spain.
Well, yeah,
right?
I mean that would be kind of hard to do in Spanish.
Dude,
honestly, that might be kind of cool. Have it translated to Spanish.
No, I mean he could shoot. He could shoot a movie in English. He speaks English, but he's the guy that Tarantino wishes.
Metal. Hold on, Metal. I agree. I completely agree in that.
Oh, fuck. Not even close, dude. Yeah. Oh, wait, what am I saying? I didn't even watch Hateful Eight. But yeah, Bone Tomahawk was fucking badass.
Tomahawk was like
awesome.
That was a movie. I was just like, why? How did I just stumble upon this?
Yeah.
I'm saying, I was like, how is just a stumble upon movie? This is not a stumble upon movie. They should be shouting this bitch from the fucking top of the hills. Death Proof was one of my favorite movies too. Like I like that movie. Not because it was a Quentin Tarantino movie, but because it was a Kurt Russell movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I love.
And he still looked like Kurt Russell back then. Like even though he was getting a little age on him. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Like he was in what was that movie about the school for the children of superheroes? It was a kids movie, but it was
remember
really
that.
good.
I've seen it. It was
yeah.
I can't remember the name of the movie.
It was really good. Sky High.
Yeah, I think that was it. Was it Sky High?
Yeah.
I'm almost positive that was the name of the movie. But you're right.
Yeah.
That movie was really good. Anything
really
Kurt
good.
Russell does, I haven't seen a bad Kurt Russell movie. Let's put it that way.
I did it.
You found a bad Kurt Russell movie?
No. I got Geigen's. I was gonna spend like the last half hour dicking around trying to get Geigen's wings together. So yeah, this is what it looks like when it's fully assembled. Geigen.
That's cool. Yeah, dude, I'm a huge Geigen fan. That's the Geigen from fucking. It was
Final Wars, maybe.
Yeah, Final Wars. That's the one from Final Wars because he looks all like cyborgish. Yeah.
It's very cool. If you want it, I could throw it in the next.
Dude, I already got it.
You already got it.
I got. Okay. I don't have that one. I have the really expensive one from China. China.
Oh, like you have like how big is it? Is it like a 6-incher, 12-incher?
It's the SH Monsters. Geigen, with like 28 points of articulation or something like that.
Oh yeah, boy.
And it's made of die cast. Yeah.
Oh, it's made of die cast?
I think so. Well, I know the Mechagodzilla I got like that is made of die cast. I've never taken the Geigen out, but I'm almost positive it's got the same weight. You know what I'm saying?
Dude.
I was dude, like when I got those like one Christmas, I was like, I'm sick of getting the shirts. So I was like, I'm gonna tell people I want like Godzilla stuff. Yeah, and if they can't get it, so what? No big deal. At least I tried. Yeah, at least it won't sit in my closet. Yeah. So I told them, and they got them, the ones I wanted from China, and it wasn't cheap either. Like I never felt bad because my family had good jobs back then.
Are you sure it was from China and not
it was from China because it's all Japanese writing on the box. Hold on, wait 1 second.
Oh, so it's from Japan then? Like from Bandai. It had to have been like a Bandai toy, I'm assuming. Man, I remember at the New York Comic Con 2016 when I released the first issue of Six Gun Gorilla. If you had a vendor's ID, you got to skip the line at the Bandai booth. And the Bandai booth, man, there was a long ass line, and I was just like, I'm gonna get myself a Godzilla 2000, and I'm gonna get a Great Mazinger for my homeboy Charles, and also something for his son too, right? Yeah. And I hated to do it because it was this really long line, but I needed to get back to my table. And so like I was like apologizing like a little bitch to all the people. I'm like, I'm sorry, cutting the line. Vendor's pass, please forgive me. And I got my shit and I got out of there. And oh man, yeah, I've got like a couple of Godzillas that are like fully articulated and have like different hands and all that shit.
This is the Mechagodzilla. Like
I've seen that. That's die cast.
Exactly what it looks like. Yeah, it's die cast. And exactly like it. This was $150 sent away to China to get, right? And I was like, well, I got this, and I got the Godzilla from Godzilla versus it was the one where Godzilla dies. You remember his chest was on fire?
Yes, Godzilla versus Destroyer. Yeah.
Well, I got this one and I got that one. And then I was like, well, I got these two, but in like this version of Mechagodzilla, this was my favorite version of Mechagodzilla.
Oh, dude. That's in my opinion, the best Godzilla movie ever made.
Yeah.
Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
The reason why this doesn't come out the box, I don't know if you could see these little tiny pieces, but each one of these pieces are insanely small.
Wow.
And everything that happens in a movie where his chest opens up and they have these little rockets that comes out of his leg.
Yeah.
Works, right?
Yeah.
And dude, this thing is fucking crazy. It's got a couple
But
of
how
heads.
do you not? But how do you not bust that out of the box?
I did at one point, and then I put it back, and I was like, dude, I'm so gonna lose parts. And
Well,
then
yeah.
I was like,
Ooh.
this is diecast. I can feel it. It's
Oh,
at least some of the parts are
badass.
diecast. But so then I was like, well, I really want Geigen. Like that's my all-time favorite. Other guys were like Adore and all that shit. I'm like, nah, Geigen, dude.
Nice.
So I looked this up on Amazon and I got it for $50, dude. Yeah.
Oh.
This one isn't the one from Japan. Like all the stuff isn't the instructions on the back are in Japanese, but the ones on the front aren't. And this is serious.
He's got the buzzsaw hands.
Yeah,
dude.
he's got both the hooks and the buzz saws. Yeah.
Fucking
And but then I gotta be honest, like I really like this one. And this is like the ultimate version of Geigen, but I still like the old Geigen figure. Like the original Geigen figure where his body looked like an egg and he looked more chicken-like, you know?
Yeah. Like from the era of Godzilla versus Geigen or Godzilla versus Megalon.
Yeah, and they had Jet Jaguar in that episode too.
Jet Jaguar. Do you remember Jet Jaguar had his own song and everything?
They did.
Jaguar.
They were trying to do something that was like Ultraman because Ultraman was their most popular fucking property back then. Yeah.
But didn't belong to Toho, so Toho were trying to create their own version of Ultraman,
I guess what you probably don't know is that the director hated Ultraman. He thought it was
Inashiro Honda.
Yeah, everybody was trying to make a version of Ultraman because it was super popular and they were trying to cash in on Ultraman design. So he decided he was going to do something that was a version of Ultraman, but it looked ridiculous. So that's where the Jet Jaguar came from. Yeah.
Oh, that's cold-blooded, man.
Here you go. We got a fan. Billy Basco's like, we're now brethren.
Hey, there's a thing that looks like a little mint that was in this box. Do you think I should eat it?
Oh yeah, of course. It's probably the security tag, just in case you steal it. Yeah.
I think it's one of those things that's designed to like suck up any humidity.
Yeah.
This is just This is just plain old Gojira.
Yeah. You know that shit turns to jelly when you put it in the water. Yeah.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Let's see here. I can't tell which movie this is supposed to be from. I love the first movie, like the close-ups where it's clearly like a hand puppet.
Yeah, that shit was retarded.
That's what's so great about the ones from the 90s. It's like the special effects are like 100 times better, but they stay to the fucking formula.
I got to tell you,
CGI bullshit.
If you want to ruin Aliens for yourself forever, watch Aliens, the first movie on a 4K TV.
Alien or Aliens?
Aliens or Alien, whichever one it was when it first came out. I don't know, but you can actually see like some dude has a stick and he's pushing it up to Sigourney Weaver, like the head. In one scene. Yeah, it's just a puppet on a stick, and I'm like, dude. I was like, fucking dude. I was like, this movie used to be so cool. Yeah.
Wait a second. I mean, because I do have like some high def versions of old movies where, like, for instance, like Lucio Fulci's Zombie, which is pretty. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's one of the greatest zombie movies ever made, and the zombies in that are. I mean, basically, it was created as like to cash in on the success of Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
And so the Italians, they were always quick to rush out a ripoff of any successful American movie.
Sounds like sci-fi back in the day.
Yeah. First Blood was popular, Rambo was popular. They make like 100 of those. They made a bunch of Mad Max movies. You name it, right? And they would even do combination ripoffs, which I find really amusing. Like 1990 Bronx Warriors is like a combination ripoff of Mad Max, Escape from New York, and The Warriors. But the fuck was my point? But yeah, what was it that they did a ripoff of? What were we just talking about?
We were talking about rip-off movies, like sci-fi used to do, and you said the Italians ripped the shit out of all.
Oh, Zombie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Zombie is one of those movies that, you grew up, you were used to seeing it like on a muddy VHS. Now it's like the Blu-ray. Not all, some Blu-rays aren't that great. Like some Blu-ray rips, they're like virtually indistinguishable from like the DVD.
Yeah.
Like the like I have Mad Max on DVD and Blu-ray, no difference. But then Mad Max 2 is like stunning, like eye-popping. And the Zombie Blu-ray is one of those. And it's so high definition, you could see like the makeup on the zombies' faces, because like I said, the makeup is better than Dawn of the Dead. The zombies look better because they look like they've come out of the ground.
Yeah.
Right? With like hollow eye sockets with worms falling out, that sort of a thing. And but you can see like the makeup, you see like a little piece of gauze sticking out, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't hurt the movie. It makes it feel more like you're watching a fantasy film than a throat ripping, like balls out horror movie.
I wonder
Yeah.
Wait, I'm thinking. You know what? I take that back. It wasn't the first Aliens. Now I'm thinking about it. It was the one where you remember, like, I can't remember if it was at the end of it was the one where it was taking place in the prison planet. You remember that one?
Oh, Alien 3.
Yeah, Alien 3. And there's a scene where Sigourney Weaver is up against the wall and the alien just kind of walks up to her and his head is right there and then he starts drooling. The scene, like, it's only for maybe like a second or two, but they have a scene where he's actually coming up on her like that.
Yeah.
And it's an alien, it's the head of an alien on a stick that they're walking, they're obviously walking in. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I never noticed it until I seen it in high def. And I was like, that just ruined the whole fucking movie for me. It's like, like the whole thing about movies is that their job is to sell you on like, this is reality. Same thing with comics to a certain extent. Disbelief. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to make you believe this is happening, and you have to get lost in it. And but stupid shit like that breaks the illusion, you know? And yeah, dude, I mean, back then, I don't think it was a big deal because they were like, nobody will see it. You know what I'm saying? Because, TV definition was terrible. Yeah. And, but no, dude, with these new TVs and shit, like those old movies completely fucking destroy the illusion.
Interesting.
That those directors were, and the FX crew was trying to create, Yeah,
it's like the technology is becoming almost too good.
Yeah.
I mean, I always feel that they should have, because that's the thing. It's like I have a friend who's like, like fuck it, like I don't want Zombie in 4K. I want it like looking all greasy, and I don't understand why. This is what they should do. Every new Blu-ray DVD release should have the same movie but in different qualities, right? So you could like hit a button, like how you have different audio options.
Yeah.
You'd be like, okay.
Well, they used to have that. I don't know if they still have it, but they have it in HD and then they have it in standard. And if you want to watch it in HD, you have to pay for it. Well,
I mean, there's that with streaming, but here's the thing: is with streaming, I'm a physical media guy, and streaming's gonna get all fucked up once they start really getting serious about editing all of the movies. And if you think they're not going to fuck with your shit, watch out. Cause
no, dude, they're going to mess with everything. They're going to fuck with. They already said they were. It's a done deal. It's just because they figured. And honestly, I don't know if I can blame them too much, but here's the deal. Like, that's why I want to own the movie, because I don't want them changing shit down the road because maybe it's not politically correct anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, especially some of this shit. Like, I watched Patrick Still Lives the other day. That was vile, sickening, filth. And
Really?
and I highly recommend it if you're like a real troll like me and you get off on that shit. But I was thinking if a social justice warrior just like happens across this, their
Patrick
heads
still lives?
are gonna
What was that movie about?
explode.
Is it a
It
zombie
was
movie or is it?
no. It was an Italian rip-off, unofficial sequel to an Australian movie called Patrick, which is about a guy who's been in a coma his entire life, but he has psychic powers, including telekinesis. And he
Okay.
starts using the telekinesis to kill people.
All right.
Because he's like in love with his nurse, and so anybody that's sweating her has got to go.
Holy shit, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it is pretty good. And so Patrick Still Lives is basically a like unofficial sequel or a ripoff, really. And it was one of those ones that was never dubbed into English because I think like it didn't happen often, but occasionally the Italians would make a ripoff of like an American movie where they would be like, the studios for the most part would ignore that shit, but every now and then they were like, okay, now you got to stop.
Yeah.
There's a movie it's on. I'm pretty sure it's on Tubi called The Last Shark. Il Ultimo Squali, and it's a scene for scene like ripoff of Jaws.
No way.
Yeah, and it's awesome. It's awesome. I highly recommend it. I guarantee you'll have a fucking good time with that. Yeah. But like that didn't get a release here because like Universal was like, okay, like now you motherfuckers need to stop. There was also a Star Wars ripoff that they did called the Humanoid. Yeah.
I remember the Humanoid. They brought that company Sci-Fi was dealing with to court because every time they released a movie, like people were seriously getting confused because the titles were so similar, you know?
Oh, the Asylum, yeah.
Yeah, the Asylum went to court and they lost their case. Like the judge was like, you can't you're consciously misleading people.
Yeah, they are, but you know what? Those Italian ripoff movies, I highly treasure those.
No, but some of those were good, dude. Like the Asylum was horrible, dude.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Oh, Lit's still here.
What up, Lit?
I noticed Amazon removed quite a bit of the more offensive parts of Leon the Professional. That's why I don't believe in digital media by
Streaming.
itself.
Yeah.
I believe and here's the thing, like I still go back to what Anthony said about his kid, right? His kid got put on probation, and Anthony got on the phone. He goes, "Okay, he's on probation, so he can't like do whatever." But we bought those games. You know what I'm saying? Through your service, and I know they're on your server, but we bought them. We didn't rent them, so he should still have access to those games. And they were like, "Well, sir, I'm sorry, but he's just gonna have to wait." You know. And that just goes to show right there, like they can take away what you bought and you thought you owned at any point. You know?
Exactly. As opposed to actually owning the freaking disc.
Exactly.
Steam
or being
could
able to download
tomorrow.
it. You know?
Yeah. Steam could disappear tomorrow and then suddenly your games are all gone.
That's right. And that's another thing with Amazon. I noticed Amazon has the buy it option. You can rent it or you can buy it. You know? But it gets added to your movie menu or whatever. And
so it's like Comixology where you can only read the comics through their browser.
That's what I'm saying, though. You know what I'm saying? What happened to the time when they used to have like they'll actually send you a disc or something like that?
Yeah, or like when somebody backs the digital tier for one of my campaigns for like one of my 6 guns, they get a PDF. Exactly. And I let them know. It's like this belongs to you now. That's
but the problem with that is that they're scared of people like sharing it. You know what I'm saying? And I get that, but still, if they're not going to own it, then don't charge them like they're going to own it. You know.
Well, first of all, I don't care if they if they share it with their friends. That just gets the book more eyes.
Yeah, we don't care, but
we don't give a fuck.
You're talking about Hollywood. Hollywood cares.
Yeah, they
Hollywood
do.
cares.
Just not in a good way, not in the way that you think. I mean, of course, now they're all woke as fuck. That Eternals movie, man, jeez, I'm not looking
Dude, that
forward to
is.
that.
At least
That's
it'll bump my books up in price a little bit. That'll work. But
I got.
but then again, I'm
Nobody's.
not going to sell the books anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me either way. But I hate it when they do that because they totally destroying like Kirby's vision, of the Eternals.
Well, they have to. They have to take a big old shit all over like everything that's sacred to us.
And what they're doing to Stan Lee
point.
is this fucking ghoulish. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like that is some ghoulish fucking shit, dude.
Yeah, it is. And hey, Jack Kirby, one of the great Disney creators.
Disney created?
You didn't hear it? You didn't catch that? Yeah, they were saying maybe it was like on Kirby's birthday or something. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody in the chat can clarify this. But didn't Disney come out and say and name Jack Kirby as one of the great Disney creators? Because it's now they own all of Kirby's shit. So they're just one of the great Disney creators. Yeah, I don't know. It's they don't give a shit about any of the stuff that's sacred to us, that's sacred to the fans. They don't care about storytelling at all. I mean, I'm not saying everybody has to be into traditional storytelling the way that I am. You know what I mean? It's cool to break the rules and do something that's new and avant-garde, but you got to learn the rules before you break the rules.
Well, I'm all about that too, and I realize people have to make a lot of mistakes before they can actually do something good, and that's fine. Always. I ain't got a problem with any of that shit, but you know what? There's but you have to respect the work that came before you,
and the creators and their freaking legacy,
Yeah, and you also have to respect that these people lived in a different time, so they're not going to have the same points of view that you might have. And to be quite honest, when you look at Kirby and Lee, both of those, if you really want to look at them, they were both activists at their when they were creating comics, back in the day.
Yeah, they were.
By making women into heroes, and giving them major roles and comic properties and stuff like that. That wasn't something that was widely accepted back then. Yeah.
No, or the Black Panther, Jack
absolutely.
It was Jack Kirby and Lee who created. Yeah, because he was introduced in the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, and that was one character that actually wasn't a what is it called? That wasn't a character that was a stereotype, I guess. You see what I'm saying?
No,
you had
awesome.
Luke Cage, and exploitation, a black exploitation character,
Well, he wasn't a black exploitation character because black exploitation didn't exist at that point.
Yeah. Well, they said it did, because of Luke Cage and shit like that, and Black Lightning.
He was a black exploitation character.
He was? I didn't think he was. I thought
Luke
it was.
Cage?
No, I'm talking about Black Panther.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah.
No, he he couldn't have been because that was before they were making black exploitation movies.
Yeah.
It's just Marvel was always quick to hop on a trend. It's like the Shang-Chi comic. What was that? It was Bruce Lee the comic.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Deadly Hands of Kung Fu. Even Howard the Duck learned Quack Fu. Because everybody was Kung Fu fighting.
In fact, I think Howard the Duck broke serious ground with what was it called? It's called bestiality.
Well, in the magazine version, which I was showing off the other day, Steve Gerber was pissed off about that song.
Yeah, there's laws against that. I just went.
Well, they're both sentient beings, right?
Yeah, but one's a duck.
One of them's a hairless ape. One of them's descended from monkeys, and one of them's descended from waterfowl.
I have you know that I was born perfect through Jesus's eyes.
And the
in
Earth is
his
only
form.
the Earth is only 500 years old.
Absolutely.
No, I'm sorry. What is that? 5,000 years old, and Jesus was riding around on dinosaurs.
And the whole universe is constructed on top of a turtle held by.
You see, that's one of the things I never understood about American culture. That like my mother would always say, like, I don't understand. It's like they have they have difficulties reconciling like faith with science.
Honestly, I think it's because people are seriously scared, dude. Like they know, like they're going to die eventually, and they just need to know that there's something, that comes afterwards. And
I believe in that.
Yeah.
I'm a religious dude. But that doesn't make me not believe in evolution.
Well, anything that tests that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well,
evolution,
yeah, that's the thing. Because their faith is weak. That's why
they can't let that go, because it goes against what they believe. And,
fucks with their worldview.
Yeah, and I honestly, I think it's all born out of fear. I don't think it should be held against anybody, but but then again, you got to see like a lot of like religion is responsible for so much blood, dude.
Well, it's not. It's not. It's the excuse. It's never the cause. It's the excuse.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Human's gonna human.
I'm still gonna kill you, dude.
Whoa, what Littell saying?
You will die for going against my faith.
oh yeah, no, dude. Look, I'm a Christian, and I keep it real. The Crusades and the fucking witch craze and all that shit. Yeah, all that shit happened.
But did it? Just not so much.
The video version, not the extended cut. It's like Brotherhood of the Wolf has 5 versions. Yeah, that is a big issue. And people have been talking about this for a while. There's so many different versions of films. There's like 5 versions of Blade Runner out right now. What's the definitive version?
Is there really?
Yeah. So there's no one there's no one version that all of us have seen. So we could all get together to talk about Blade Runner, and everybody present in the conversation has seen a different movie.
So we're talking about the original Blade Runner, though, right? Or are we talking about the remake?
No, it was a sequel actually. And then there's this whole thing where
it was a sequel. You're right, absolutely. Yeah.
And Ridley Scott stirred up all this shit by saying Deckard's a replicant, which is bullshit.
I don't know anything about that. I do know like Ridley Scott is a genius. I don't know.
Well,
like what you're talking about.
Made so many classics, but what I'm saying is that he was sort of looking back and saying, "Damn, I should have made Deckard a replicant." So he released a cut where it seems like Deckard's a replicant, and that he's full of shit when he says that when the movie was shot, that he was a replicant. I don't doubt that they shot that extra footage, because when you're making a movie that has a big budget like that, you do things like that. So you have options in the editing room.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll shoot multiple endings and that sort of thing. And I love when they include that shit as extras, but then it should be left as an extra. Then again, there could never be a cut of Dawn of the Dead that could be long enough for me. Like, seriously, I would watch an 8-hour, 9-hour, 20-hour version of that. It could, and because like George Romero said, that people were referring to the Cannes Film Festival cut of Dawn of the Dead, which is about 15 minutes longer, that they were calling that the director's cut. And he was like, no, that's the cut I showed at the Cannes Film Festival. The director's cut is the shorter version that was released theatrically. That's the director's cut. And then there's because there's like 3 different versions of that movie. There's the theatrical version, the director's cut, no, not the director's cut, the extended cut, which is also known as the Cannes Film Festival cut. And then there's Zombie, which is the Italian Dario Argento cut. And all of these movies have like footage that's not in the other movies. So some blessed soul went out and got it, did some magic on his computer and edited all that shit together to create the 2-hour and 35-minute extended mall hours cut.
Did you see that?
Fuck yeah, I saw that. Are you kidding me? That's
How
Oh,
dare you?
what I'm saying is that movie. So it doesn't really extend the story, but there's like extra headshots for zombies and shit. That movie could never be long enough.
Yeah. No, I get that too. Like there's some movies out there that, I just, I'm like
You never
you.
get
I just
enough.
don't think they can't be long enough, and I want a sequel. Like I'm still waiting for the sequel of fucking, what was it? It was Prometheus. There
was one.
No, I mean not that sequel. The one that they're supposed to do after that. I don't know when that one's coming out, but he said that they was going to do another one besides. What was it called? It wasn't called Prometheus. It was
he needs. Okay, all right. Ridley Scott needs to fuck off.
Oh, you bastard!
He needs
See you, Brian.
He needs to fuck right off, and let Neil Blomkamp do the Alien sequel that he wanted to do.
What's the Alien sequel?
Oh, you've never seen that? Dude, there's art online. Yeah, it would have been.
Well,
it got canceled because of Prometheus.
I like the old Dune movie. Yeah.
You know what?
But everybody says like if they would have did it the way blah blah wanted to do it, and I'm like,
Jodorowsky.
Did you know what he wanted to do with it? Because it was nothing like the book, dude. Like it was nothing. Absolutely nowhere near like the book. Like he even said it in the documentary. He said, I want to make it my own. I want to rape it. He literally said he wanted to rape the movie. Like, the dude was insane.
But also a genius. I mean, we're talking about Jodorowsky.
I don't know about genius. He had a good eye for
artists. Maid of Barons?
I never seen Maid of Barons.
El Topo? Dude, you've read the Maid of Barons. You have that, don't you?
I don't think so.
You don't have the Maid of Barons?
Maid of Barons.
Dude, or the Inkle? The Black Inkle?
Oh, I got the Inkle. Yeah, I got that one. But what I'm saying is, like, his whole plan for Dune was completely fucking insane. Like, it wouldn't have been good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, I've seen, and I'm like, he had some good ideas in there, and he had a good idea. Like, okay, let me take that back. H.R. Giger had some good ideas, but the way he was putting everything together was retarded. Yeah, Mobius had good ideas too, but like, dude, like like the way he wasn't like, I don't know, dude. There's a thing with Hollywood, like they want to take your IP
guy, though.
And they want to make your IP their own. Well, directors, they want to take your IP and they want to do what they want to do with it. And it's like, that's not right.
This is why we love Peter Jackson, at least for the Lord of the Rings movies, right?
Exactly, because Peter loved The Hobbit so much that he wanted to make it exactly like, it was in a book.
And leave his own politics, his own message out of it.
Oh, he left his ego at the door.
Exactly. In other words, he was a responsible custodian of folklore.
Yeah, because people don't want to see Brian Christgau's version of Lord of the Rings. I'm saying? If you hear they're making a Lord of the Rings movie,
I'm making that shit, you might not want to watch. I that's the thing is if, because like, look, I'm fucking with your IP, I'm fucking with Sim's IP doing the Blood Hunt Doc Salem crossover.
Yeah,
there's a sense of responsibility that comes with that. Right? If you're fucking with other people's stuff, you have to have a sense of responsibility and not just piss all over it, and make it your own thing. I mean, I still try to add like my own shit to it, but I would never suddenly take your characters and have them do something that they wouldn't.
Yeah, and it goes against the character's nature, I guess, right?
Exactly. And that's also why before you guys illustrate the thing, you're going to get the script and you're going to be able to go through it and give me feedback and be like, hey, could you change this? Can you change that? Like, Vincent wouldn't say this, Doc wouldn't say that, so on and so forth, so that, that you're happy with it. That matters to me. But that doesn't, that doesn't matter to Hollywood. That doesn't matter.
That's and it's the same thing in comics nowadays too, because when we pushed Road Trip to, I think it was Aftershock. And Like they turned it down, but he turned it down because it was too hot of a property at the time. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to change the character to go and fit your narrative of what's what's politically correct. I was like, that's not the story. You know what I'm saying? Like that just doesn't work.
Well, yeah, because then what you're doing is you're taking away the thing that made it special in the first place.
Yeah.
So it's like taking something apart and then you can't put it back together again. It doesn't run.
Exactly. Yeah.
By the way, I was bitching before about the quality of the Todd McFarlane figures. I found this really bitchin' looking Phantom of the Opera playset. I'm in the process of like trying to put it together, right? There's the candelabra here, which plays a very important role in the novel and most of the movies. And the little piece that connects it just broke.
Oh god, that's right. Yeah.
Fuck you, Todd McFarlane.
Oh Todd.
Oh Todd, how could you?
You bastard.
And this is a pretty good Eric too. That actually looks pretty much like the character looks in the novel.
What's funny is like Howard Stern was saying, yeah, well, I'll basically just take them out of the box and just put them on a shelf to display. And his the guy he was talking that was his buddy that was also a collector of McFarlane toys, and he told McFarlane, he said, yeah, but when you play with them, they break. I was like, this is a 30-year-old dude talking about playing with a fucking toy. I'm like, this is crazy, dude.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Pew 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 pew. By the way, I've always been I've never been curious enough to watch the movie version of like the Phantom of the Opera musical, because I remember
my wife and her mother used to go every time they had a showing, and she said it's fucking insanely good, you know. And I think Paul Stanley from Kiss played the Phantom at one point, you know, but I don't think his vocals were up to task.
Well, you know what? It's just I don't know. Because I'll give it a chance at some point. Yeah. It's just like I remember like when it came out and thinking like, oh, they made a musical, like a Broadway musical, Phantom of the Opera. That's perfect, great idea. And then I heard some of the music and I was like, peace out, bye, see ya. The Phantom of the Opera. Okay, bye, see ya.
Hold on 1 second, I'll be right back.
You got it. But maybe I'll give it a chance. I don't know, folks in the chat. Oh, carry that weight, Brian. What do you think of the Blade Runner scene that makes it in the same universe as Aliens and Kurt Russell's Soldier movie in the Aliens universe? Wait, whoa! Are you fucking with me, or is there that? Are you, or is that an actual scene? I don't know, because for those of you that don't know, it wasn't Hampton Fancher. It was David Webb Peoples, who wrote both the Blade Runner movie and with Hampton Fancher, and he also wrote Soldier. And there's like little hints in there that they kind of take place in the same universe. Phantom of Paradise movie I've seen. The Phantom of Paradise is fucking awesome. Beef. Those of you that didn't get that reference are just going to think I'm completely insane. I just like blew a gasket or something. But if you haven't seen The Phantom of Paradise, that's an awesome, awesome Brian De Palma movie. Yeah, that I really, really liked. But, I think the Phantom of the Opera musical is actually pretty faithful to the novel. Although it's got that the Phantom's got that wickety whack like half mask. Although I think maybe that's because it's like a stage play, so the audience can kind of like see a little bit more of the actor's face, a little more emotion or something like that. But out of all the Phantom of the Opera movies that I've seen, I think the only one that's really faithful is and I've seen them all. The only one that I've seen, except of course for the one that's based on the musical, I think the one from what was it, 1922? I think the first version with Lon Chaney. I think that's the most faithful version of Gaston Leroux's novel that I'm aware of. So great. Now I was putting this thing together. Look at this bitchin' little pipe organ there. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, always love the Phantom of the
Batman.
Batman. Have you ever seen Batman Pug? It's a pug.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's on interwebs. It's on YouTube. It's a pug who goes Batman. And then somebody, of course, had to do like a little like music mix.
I wonder how many times they had to beat that pug to get it to say Batman.
Oh no!
For your enjoyment.
Oh no! Poor pug.
Say Batman. Say Batman, or I will fucking shock you.
The cat with the cat.
Yeah, I know, right?
The tie-in for all the movies is the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, but I don't think that was. I don't think that was in. Because I know they connected them, the Aliens universe and the Predator universe and all that shit. And
I like that they did that. I thought that was.
I like that they did that too. I like that they did that as well. But
Weyland-Yutani Corporate. I like that they made the Weyland the android, like not the android.
That Bishop and fake Bishop and Alien 3.
Bishop.
Yeah, they used Lance Henriksen. Yeah, I thought that was great too. Lit Devil says the part where Matilda tries seducing Leon. The part where Leon takes Matilda on a few hits where they introduce Ring Trick, and the part where she drinks in the restaurant. That's it. Fuck streaming. That's
what I'm saying, though. Like, if you don't get to own it,
they have to go and fuck with shit.
Owning something isn't going to be something that you do when it comes to media. And they're already trying to do it with comics because they're doing, they're like a lot of these comics, they're trying to do digital only through Marvel and DC, and I just can't get behind that.
You know what?
As a collector, I need to have the original. There's people who collect vinyl. I mean, are you cool with just not only having like MP3s and you have to have an internet connection to be able to listen to your favorite music?
Right. Right.
I don't like that, dude.
Yeah, well, no, it's bullshit. But then you have like vinyl still exists. There's still enough people that are into vinyl, like people that I know who are real audiophiles.
Yeah.
Right? Where they're like, they could tell you like they're into the science and everything.
Almost every musician I know is an audiophile.
Right, and they're all into vinyl. They're all into vinyl. They're like, there's something about like if you have a really good turntable, the right needle and everything, nothing sounds better. That's what they'll tell you.
And I have to agree because I got to tell you, like, if I have a comic like a Kirby comic or something like that, there's nothing like that, dude. There's just not.
You gotta have that shit in your hands, bro. You gotta have that shit in your hands.
I do realize, like the printing process back in the day with newsprint wasn't the best, and you lost a ton of detail. And that's one of the reasons why Arthur Adams' work never translated well to comics back in the day, is because you would lose at least 25% of the detail Arthur Adams put in his work.
What an artist, man. His run on Detective Comics in particular, I was a huge fan.
The first comic I was introduced to Arthur Adams through was X-Men Annual, where Storm became the Goddess of Thunder.
Yes. In a way that didn't suck.
Yeah. Then Arthur Adams, I noticed, like, I was looking at the book and I'm like, his background characters, like the disposable characters they create, were just so articulate, dude. They were so interesting.
Yeah. He would like give them like okay, rather than goon 1, goon number 2, why not give them like a little personality?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the next thing I was like, this guy Arthur Adams, he's badass. And and then the very next book that I
He's
got
legit.
into back then, I was in a comic shop, and I was immediately attracted to Long Shot, the first 60 issues of
I remember that. Yeah,
miniseries.
yeah, I got those.
And then I found out later that was the first series. That was the comic that broke Arthur Adams into comics. That was how he got into comics. Yeah.
Yep. I remember when that series first came out.
And dude, what a series, dude! Long Shot is your first book, and it's insane. I'm saying,
my favorite though was when he did what was it? It was X-Men. It was a crossover. It took place in Asgard. It was 2 issues. Loki was the main villain. It was X-Men Alpha Flight, maybe.
I'm trying to think.
Somebody in the chat help you.
Are you sure that's not the annual where they had Storm, the Goddess of Thunder?
No,
was
no,
that?
no. This was different. Please, folks, help me out here. Don't force me to have to dig through my long boxes. Wait a second. I actually got the X-Men long box right here. What am I bitching about?
Ooh.
Yeah, man. Now you see the toys I don't mind because like these bins are real easy to store and move the fuck around. Oh no! Wait, that's the Punisher Grimjack long box. Let me see if I can get the X-Men one.
He did. When I found out, I always wondered. I was like, why don't they make Arthur Adams a regular artist on shit? Then I realized how slow Arthur Adams was to produce a book.
Dude, Brian Boland's curse.
Yeah, Angel Medina. I mean, Angel Medina is another one of my favorite artists, right? And,
yeah.
And I always put him and Arthur Adams in the same category because I always thought he was just as good as Arthur Adams, just in a different way.
Yep.
And I loved Angel Medina's run on Dreadstar. Like that shit was fucking epic, dude.
Beautiful work, man. Beautiful work. And also, that's when Starlin was writing, but not drawing, because Starlin's a great artist, but he quit illustrating for the longest time and was just a writer.
Angel Medina got screwed over big time on the Dreadstar series he did. Did he? Not by Jim Starlin. It was by First, because there was no creator rights back then. So every character he created, they weren't. Like he wasn't given like royalties or anything like that from the characters he created for Dreadstar. Yeah,
that sucks.
Yeah, but I mean, First wasn't. They weren't an indie company. They were just a really big indie company.
Well, they were an awesome indie company. Yeah, they were actually because what was there? There were a ton. But at the very bottom, you had like Aircell, Caliber, you had Comico, you had Eclipse.
Yeah.
And there's a couple. I'm missing. I know I'm missing at least one big one. And then you had First, and I was like a First simp, a First stan, and like
a First simp.
Like in a big way. Yeah. I was simping for First. I was such a fan of, and mostly because of Grimjack. I was such a fucking Grimjack fiend.
Grimjack was awesome. I was into Nexus and Dreadstar.
Dreadstar, Badger. They had like
Badger was fucking
John
amazing,
Sable Freelance, Dynamo Joe. Fuck man, I loved First Comics. Whisper. They were the best of the bunch. I shouldn't say they were the best of the bunch. They were my favorite of the bunch.
Yeah. I was a huge First fan too back then, but I think I came in the First after they were dissolved. Yeah, and I don't think they stayed around for such a long time though. Like they're still around. I think.
Here's the thing. At C2E2 a couple of years ago, right, which is the Chicago Con, I walk in. One of the first things I see is a First Comics booth.
Yeah,
and I'm like, "Fuck yes!" right? I'm in Chicago, which was where First was based. I'm like, they're coming back, and so I went and to talk to the publisher and a couple of the artists,
By name only.
and it wasn't First Comics.
It wasn't. It was the name First. That's all it was. I know what you're talking about. They never had any of the properties that
Nothing.
they originally started out with, because I think First was one of those creator-owned companies too. Like, so they, but like I said, you got to watch those creator-owned publishers, because your IP gets tangled up into their mess, and when they file bankruptcy, your IP gets included with their mess. That's what happened to Grendel.
A little bit of a non sequitur. The Russo brothers, the guys that directed Captain America: Winter Soldier and the last two Avengers movies.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the guys who directed like the most successful movie ever. They're huge Grimjack fans.
Really?
And yes, and so they have been batting around the idea of doing a Grimjack movie.
Oh, that'd be awesome, dude.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
I know that John Ostrander and Timothy Truman were always like West studied, like get that dude.
Yeah.
That he would.
Well, they thought about doing a ROM movie too. I think it was who was thinking? I think it was the director for Transformers.
Michael Bay.
Yeah, Michael Bay.
Oh, I hate that dude.
He's a huge fan of ROM, and he was thinking about.
Really?
People asked him about doing a ROM movie, and he was like, "There's no way I'd ever be able to do a ROM movie." He said, because ROM, the character, is owned by Hasbro, right? Or Mattel, one of those. And he said the ROM universe, like the Dire Wraith, all the Space Knights, and everything else that makes ROM that Bill Manilow created is owned by Marvel. And to get those two to let loose of the rights enough to go ahead and make a movie it's stupid. Well, now it's Disney. Disney owns all of that.
Yeah. So that's a tangled web that that'd be like a knot that wouldn't be that you don't even bother trying to untie.
The unsolvable knot is what that is.
Carry That Weight says, Brian, look up on YT Mother. Nostromo Crew Dossier's final Captain Dallas dossier says he worked for Tyrell, another Blade Runner tie-in. It's the dossier that plans during Ripley's meeting in Aliens. But is that in the original movie, or is this like new shit that's like that's been created? That's what I'm wondering. But yeah, no, I mean, like when I'm not really crazy about the Aliens versus Predator movie, but the way they worked in like the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, I thought was cool, because it also explained that they knew what the alien was, what the aliens were. And they were just like, oh my God, these things would make a great bioweapon.
Did they make all the Dark Horse history for Aliens? Is that negated now, like they did with Star Wars?
They never used it.
They never exist.
They never used it.
Because the way they did Aliens and Predator, I thought that was genius, dude.
Yes.
The Predator used them as training tools,
Exactly. And then they get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And then the Predators and the humans are like, okay, well, it's us versus those things. It's like
exactly
because the Predators aren't exactly good guys, but at least they're sentient. They're not just fucking killing machines.
Yeah, they're hunters, but they're also I get a strong samurai vibe.
Well, they have a code.
You know what I'm saying?
They have a code. I always say, in order to be a good person, you don't have to be religious, but you have to have a code.
Just have a code. Exactly.
That's it.
And that's like with the Predator. If you're not a predator, they won't hunt you. You know what I'm saying? I think they pretty much established that in Predator 2, and that's one of my favorite movies too.
Predator Me too. 2. Oh, dude, that's aged really well.
Yeah, dude.
That's aged really well. Yeah, there's that scene where the Predator grabs Maria Conchita Alonso, right? Because she is a predator. She's got a gun, right? And lifts her up and is about to fucking shank her, but then does like a real quick scan of her body and is like, ah, shit, she's pregnant.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, fuck. Okay, gonna have to let that one go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's you get that vibe, and I was like, dude, why didn't they why didn't they capitalize on everything that all the work Dark Horse put into the Predator?
Because they don't even know it exists. They don't
What?
even know it exists. I'm telling you, dude, it's the same thing like with the DC movies. It's like, okay, how are we going to do Justice League? How are we going to do Batman? Duh. Fucking get Paul Dini and Bruce Timm, because they've killed it. DC with the live action, not so much, but the animation over the past, like, what, 30 years? They killed it with the animation.
Between Superman and Batman, what are we looking at? Like 60 years or 80 years or something like that of history there?
Yeah. Get somebody who knows, but that's the thing, is they hire people that aren't fans.
Exactly. And that's one thing I was like, dude, you guys, like, we always said with Road Trip, we're like, if we ever get picked up, I mean, the storyboard is the book. Like, there's a storyboard. Like, that's what I heard with 300. Like, when they approached your boy about 300, he said, here's your storyboard right here. Here's your book, and
yeah. Same thing with Watchmen.
Yeah, and I thought that was fantastic. I was like, yes, that makes sense. That makes complete sense.
Yeah, that's what the Japanese used to do.
But then you remember what I said earlier about like, these directors, they don't want it to just be a Predator movie or a Justice League movie. It's got to be their movie. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's the problem. It's you got suits that have to justify their existence.
And that's another thing too. Like, I heard, like, and this is true. Like, I've heard from people in the industry that a producer can have no creative outlook on a movie, like no talent for creativity at all.
Yep.
But if he tells you to make a change on that movie, like, there was whole TV shows that were canceled because they never listened to the producer. And these were successful TV shows that were canceled because they never made the changes that the producer wanted,
Yeah. You fucked with
the investor,
Yeah, you fucked with some suit's ego.
Yeah. And that was it. It was over with. That's all there was to it. And I'm like, that's retarded.
Terrible. And you wonder why you see so many bad movies. Why, like, Hollywood, which was killing it in the fucking 70s. That's the golden age of American cinema.
Yeah.
Really.
Like, you want to know, like, what
70s,
happened,
early 80s. From about 68 to about 82 or 84. Like, killer fucking movies. But we've been out of the game for a long time now. There's still the occasional not piece of shit. Godzilla versus Kong, I thought was at least fun.
I thought it was good. There wasn't much story to go along with it. It was basically
it didn't need to be
fucking time, and I really liked that. I thought it was cool.
And the fucking worked Pellucidar into the damn thing.
Now, I have to say this. The design for Mechagodzilla, I was highly disappointed with the design. It looked like Godzilla with no ass or thighs.
Yeah, exactly. And part of Godzilla is the fucking thick thighs.
Yeah, I was like, yeah. And then then I seen all of the that's why they used to call them thunder thighs. Like the thunder thigh monster.
Yeah.
And then
he's the thigh master, or he's overused.
I know, right?
It. Or he's overused it. It's all muscle.
Yeah, and then I seen the old, like, the production designs of all the production designs they had of like Mechagodzilla, and I was like, what is wrong with these people?
Well, because it's not the director who says that's the design that we're going with necessarily. It could be like one of these suits. That's the design that we're going for. So when they go to see the movie and they're with their wife or their girlfriend or their mistress, they could be like, see, bitch, that's me. I did that. Yeah. I did that. Which, just fucks shit. This fucks shit up.
It does, dude. It fucks it up big time.
Big time.
I just don't get it. I think it's extremely selfish. Yeah,
it is.
And I don't think they get any more money for saying I did that. I think it's all just ego driven.
All ego. Because remember too, and this is the problem with SJWs as well. You have a group of people who aren't creative.
Yeah.
But they wish they were.
Yeah.
And so their way of being creative is by basically pissing on your shit.
Yeah.
And taking your shit and making it their shit. Now, if I'm working with somebody that I know understands story, I mean story with like a capital S, right? Understands storytelling, has a real instinct for it, and I'm going to work with that person and they're going to give me feedback, I'm going to fucking more likely than not take that shit and do what they say because I trust their instincts.
Yeah.
But that's different than working with like some suit that's like, yeah, motherfucker, you got to put a polar bear in there and a giant spider.
Oh yeah, what was that?
You know what I'm talking about.
That was Batman. Yeah. Batman and Robin. Was that it?
No. That was Kevin Smith when a story from Kevin Smith when he was about working on Superman. Superman
that's right.
Lives.
Yeah,
right.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And I think most of you folks in the chat, you probably know this by now. But there was a time where there was Tim Burton was going to do the Death of Superman arc, and he was going to do it with
what a great movie that would have been too. I'm a huge Tim Burton fan. Like I like his stuff.
I've read the I think the first Batman is utter shit.
I'm not saying it would have been an accurate Superman movie. I'm just saying it would have been a great Superman movie.
It would have been it would have been interesting. But here's the thing: I've read the screenplay that Kevin Smith wrote. It's available online. I've read that script, and it's excellent.
No, he had it planned out because Kevin Smith is a fucking geek, dude.
Exactly, he's one of us.
Yeah, and he was like, he had that whole thing planned out where it was just going to be the greatest orgasmic geek thing ever. You know what I'm saying?
That was not going to be a good movie, though. Fucking Nicolas. I love Nicolas Cage.
No, he wouldn't have been. I
think he's a genius.
Yeah,
but and that suit. Because now there's a documentary out there, about this, and it's fucking fascinating.
Yeah, and I honestly, Nicolas Cage, he's not Superman, dude. He can't.
No,
he's Johnny Blaze, but he's not Superman.
He was great. Yeah, he was fine in that.
I mean, the movie was terrible for Ghost Rider, but as far as Johnny Blaze, I mean, Nicolas Cage as Johnny Blaze, that was genius, dude.
But let's face it. Let's keep it real here for a second. The original Ghost Rider comics weren't that great to begin with.
How dare you?
I love them.
How dare you?
Dude, you got to keep it real. Most don't hold up very well. Would you agree? Most of them don't, except for Dracula.
I thought a lot of them were good. I just I mean they could have been better. But then again, you got to figure Marvel was under some serious stipulations because of the comics code back then. Like it was rough trying to put out a horror comic to begin with because of that code. Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
And
that's definitely fair.
Because I got to tell you, I got the Werewolf by Night omnibus, and it's most of those stories in there were so bad. It's like they really wanted to tell you something good, right?
I know,
but they couldn't because
it's so misguided.
Because they could barely put Wolfman on the cover.
Dude, I told you about the werewolf book that I want to do, right?
Yeah.
And that would be basically Werewolf by Night meets White Lightning. So it'd basically be like a Burt Reynolds car crash movie, but like where Burt Reynolds is a werewolf. Nice. Fighting satanic cultists, and that would be basically me going, I'm gonna do Werewolf by Night the way I would wanted to see it when I was a little kid, because it never really delivered. Even as a kid, that didn't mean I didn't still buy it. That didn't mean, I'd still be all over that shit, No,
I thought Werewolf by Night, honestly, I love the concept of Werewolf by Night. And
me too.
I like the character. I even like Marvel Zombie. Not Marvel Zombies, but the zombie book that they put out back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And, but you can tell, even with Frankenstein was good, Plug's Frankenstein. But
wonderful.
It was, you can tell, Plug, I mean, he just couldn't cut loose. It was just not, they just weren't permitted to go as far as they wanted to because of that stupid fucking comics code. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's why they did the black and white magazines.
Yeah.
because the black and white magazines.
I got to get a hold of some of those, dude. Like, I don't have any of the Marvel horror black and white magazines. You don't have any? No, I have.
You don't. That means you definitely don't have this.
What's that? No, I don't. No, that's fucking awesome, dude. Is it any good? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from the Epic line. Yeah.
No,
like Epic was.
This was from
Epic. That's what it is. It's got the big E on the top.
Wait, hold on a sec. Let me get my damn reading glasses. God damn it. Let's see. No, there's no big E here, dude.
Are you sure? Let me turn it around.
Yeah, because this is before Epic.
Oh, no, that's not. You're right. What is that, Charleston? What's the C at the top?
Curtis.
Oh, okay. All right.
And,
I thought that was an E at first. I was like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, like in the... Yeah, so like the first half of the book...
Dude, those painted covers were fucking amazing, dude.
Oh, yeah. Pablo Marcos, especially, was the shit. I don't know if this is Marcos. It might be. But Pablo Marcos was a guy, Filipino artist who did a buttload of covers for like Cull, Red Sonja, Savage Sword of Conan. Yeah, so like the story itself, let's see. It's Pablo Marcos doing the art in this. And it's
like the whole book, not just the cover.
Well, it's a story that's 25 pages. It's like a 25 page like regular story, all done in beautiful black and white art. Then they would have like an article or a mail page. Like, for instance, here's a little essay about White Zombie, the movie, which is public domain. You can catch that anywhere, and it is pretty fucking excellent. Which is about voodoo zombies.
I got it. Then they showed it on an episode of Doc Salem movie night.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Totally forgot that. And then in the back, reprinted old horror comics.
That's what Doc Salem's going to be doing in the next issue. I'm going to put a couple of horror comics in the past of them. No, I'm just letting whoever's left in the stream because that's going to be something to look forward to. Because I'm going to knock it up to 11 with the horror and the vintage horror stuff.
Look at
Doc Salem.
Dude, look at that! Look at this panel here, right? That's brutal. You could never do that in like a Code comic.
No, you couldn't.
That motherfucker is getting eviscerated.
But that shit was fun, dude. And that's one thing.
Yeah,
like,
it was.
I'm starting to here's the term that I'm starting to use for any characters that are owned by big corporate, like Marvel and DC, is corporate characters. You know what I'm saying? Like, you, even though they're great and some of the best creators in the universe, like Kirby and Lee, those are corporate characters, and you can't have any control over what happens to those characters. And to expect anything out of those characters except for like the bottom line, it's foolhardy.
I agree.
That's why I don't put a lot of stock into like when they changed Thor to a chick or when they started making the X-Men politically correct and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like it's you got to expect that, because that's the corporate narrative. That they're pushing, and but I mean that's not like I don't enjoy like reading those books still. Like Donny Cates is, although I don't enjoy all of his Thor run, but his Cosmic Thor was pretty badass, dude. I have to say that when he made Thor Herald the Galactus.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I have to. Was this, when was this?
It was. I think it was pretty recent. Like he made Thor a Herald of Galactus. Except he made it to where, like, Thor, like, Galactus kept trying to order Thor to do shit. And Thor was like, I'm a king, bitch. I mean, he goes, I'm the king of Asgard and I'm a god. And he's like, you don't tell me what to do. So he hit Thor, he like, chopped off two of Galactus's fingers with his hammer, And then he was proving a point to Beta Ray Bill. So he let Galactus take the the power cosmic back, And then Galactus tried to order him to do some shit after he whooped Bill's ass. And he's like, you don't tell me what to do. I'll tell you that already. And he basically he pulled the power cosmic out of Galactus and became a herald again. I was like, no way, dude.
Badass. That is badass.
I was like,
damn,
dude.
Donnie Cates. Wow, actually putting like some testosterone.
Well, here's the thing.
into
I
his
always
shit.
said that Donnie Cates was a pretty good writer because of the stuff he did with Redneck. You know, Redneck was a really, really good book, dude.
See, I never read it.
Dude, you got to read Redneck. Is a really good.
Was that an Image book?
It was an Image book, and check it out. Look, they have a scene in there where they got this mute vampire. At first he was a familiar, you know, but then they were being attacked by another vampire clan. So what he does, and he's also a special forces guy. That's why he doesn't talk, because he's fucked up. And
Right.
So he's hunting these vampires. He's hunting them with a Sharpie.
Okay.
Like
All
he
right.
sneaks up behind one of these vampires and draws a cross on the back of his neck.
That's crazy.
The vampire comes running out of there trying to put his neck out because it burst into flames from the cross, right?
That's fucking great.
I'm like, dude, that's genius. I was like, fuck, dude, where's this Donnie Cates?
Well,
this motherfucker right here.
Yeah, but that's the thing is you work for the man. You have to do things for the man.
You want to work for the man? You better be the man.
No, you be the man so you don't have to answer to the man.
Yeah.
Because remember there was like a big thing when like there was like a micro feud between who was it? It was Robert Kirkman went to work for Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
And so he did like some Marvel zombies, and he did like the irredeemable Ant-Man.
Yeah.
And then he was like, you know what? I'm out because I'm artists like me, we shouldn't be working for people like Marvel or DC. We should be
a lot of artists.
We should own our own IPs. Why am I creating IPs for these motherfuckers?
That's another thing too. Like there's artists. I remember in Wizard, Wizard stopped producing these stories after a while. They had an artist, and he was like, he regretted his whole career at Marvel because he was like, dude, they just used me up. He was like, but then again, did they? You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's what corporations do. They fucking use you up and throw you away.
Well, at the time, here's the deal, though. At the time, you get the status of working for Marvel and working on Marvel books and shit like that. Fans are like, "Oh, you're the guy who did X-Men and all this."
That's the argument.
And then you're like, you can't have any regrets because you never like decided to like go ahead and create your own IPs instead of just living off of the glory of these IPs. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. That's completely legitimate, and that's why I forget who it was. It was Brian Michael Bendis. There was like he responded to what Kirkman said, but by basically telling him he was a moron. It was like, dude,
I think Kirkman is right.
You're stupid, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, it's like I could understand going to the majors like Jason Aaron did, working for the majors, maybe getting to play with like some great, cool, awesome, iconic characters that you've always loved, right?
Yeah.
And use that to get your name out there
like
so that people start so that people start saying, damn, I really like this Jason Aaron. Damn, I really like Rick Remender. Oh, well, what else have they done? Let me check on Amazon. Oh, I put in their name and all these fucking indie books pop up.
Well, honestly, I think that's what happened to EVS, except I don't think it was intentional with EVS. I think he got kind of thrown into it, you know?
Yep.
And I think he was a little bitter about that too, like about, because it was so abrupt.
You think?
Know? Oh, absolutely.
More than a little salty, I would say.
Yeah. But I mean, look what came out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like he's like much more popular than he was before. And he posted today that he's opening another warehouse to store all of the Cyberfrog stuff, and that's for distribution.
That's insane.
Yeah, dude. Like, that's what I'm saying.
The fuck?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Damn, man. You know,
You talk
I mean,
about falling into the shit. I'm
yeah,
saying, like, straight the fuck up, dude.
yeah, man.
Like, he should thank everybody that chased him out of Marvel. I
I
mean, DC
know,
Comics.
I know, right?
I'd be sending him a fucking love letter. I'd be like, I just want to thank you for
Right? Oh yeah,
because you
just like
hated
the
my
balls.
politics and you chased me out of Marvel. I mean, DC, like, things have worked out so much better. I'm so much richer than you.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Living well is the best revenge.
Exactly. And you see, the page that Adrian drew for this page right here, this is
Yeah.
page 10.
Let me get a better look at that.
He didn't make the gorilla so big. Like, he put the gorilla like way in the background and made it. I'm going to make him monstrous. Like,
Thank you, dude.
yeah, he's going to be a big gorilla.
Greatly appreciated. Seriously, folks. If you're a writer, thank your artist for being good. They either make you look good or
I'm
look
thinking
bad.
like he should be this big and not like human size. I'm not calling big, of course, but
Right. Well, I mean, gorillas
Mighty Joe
are.
Young.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can. That's the thing about comics. In comics, you can take certain liberties, right? Like you can make a character like look like they're 10 feet tall. It depends on the effect that you're going for. Like when Bernie was doing Swamp Thing, and he did an issue where Batman came into the swamp and was and
he did
interacted with
huge
Swamp
ears on Batman. Is that what you're talking about?
Dude. He was like, okay, Bernie's attitude was, I'm taking Batman out of Gotham. He's in the Swamp Thing's world now, right? How basically different comics can have different moods. They're sort of different neighborhoods of the DC universe or the Marvel universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he drew Batman with like gigantic fucking ears and a cape that had to have been at least about 12 or 13 feet long.
Well, that's another thing. I think that's why they mistakenly gave Kelly Jones gave him the job of taking up where Bernie left off on Frankenstein Alive. And I think that's one of the reasons is because Kelly Jones had the same exact take on Batman. Like he would make him with these gigantic ears and the cape was always all over the place. You did read Red Rain and Bloodstorm and all that stuff?
No.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Like,
no.
Jesus, you missed out on something.
Yeah, but the cool thing is I can catch up on it now.
Yeah, go straight to your comic book store and tell them to give you all 3 parts of Bloodstorm. You know, and each one is a thick ass graphic novel. You know, of how Batman goes from like being a vampire slayer to becoming like a vampire, then king of the vampires, then he gets killed and he gets killed by Commissioner Gordon. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's wild.
And yeah, dude, like he it's so graphic too. Like fucking Kelly Jones. Comic. Oh, he goes fucking off the fucking charts on that one, dude.
I'm liking the sound of that.
He rips off the Riddler's head and just kind of just drinks from his neck.
That sounds great, dude.
Yeah, dude. He was brutal in that motherfucker, dude. Like that is definitely not for kids.
Man, yeah, I'm looking at some of the cover art.
Yeah, dude, the cover art's fucking amazing, but the interior is insane, dude.
Oh, and Doug Mensch doing the writing. So this is from.
It's an old book. It's not
from the 90s. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know how I ever missed this, but
dude, that shit is fucking insane. Yeah.
It came out in those like that period when I wasn't about a 10-year period when I wasn't reading comics. You know what I mean? Like you discover girls and then you sort of drift away and then like you come back later.
No, I totally get that. You know, I did the same thing. Like I had a Kill with the War collection, and then I discovered girls, and then I started dating this witch, And I'm serious. And I was like,
oh, okay.
And she's like, yeah, I'm a witch. And I was like, oh, cool. You know what? I collect Thor. And it was like totally not the same thing.
Oh, was she like a? She wasn't like a Nordic pagan, was she?
No, not at all. She was.
I dated.
She looked at me like I had 3 heads.
So I dated a chick that had a Thor tattoo, like a Thor shield, and was all into runic magic and all that shit.
Yeah, nah, this chick wasn't. She was into like straight up Wiccan, you know.
Oh, okay.
Like, all right, whatever.
Whatever's clever, honey.
Whatever's clever.
Yeah,
it was cool. Yeah, it was so fun collecting comics back then.
Yeah, I think
not that it's not now; it's just more expensive now.
Yeah, and the speculators, I think, really kind of like fucked the hobby up. It's the same way they've fucked up action figures.
I don't blame it on the speculators. I think the speculators grew the industry past what it was supposed to be grown like, but it was always up to like the different corporations to go ahead and downsize, but they never did. You know what I'm saying? They tried to keep that expansion, you know? And
Yep.
I think because of that, Marvel decided to do, instead of like downsizing, they decided to sell off different properties so that they can keep what they had. And I thought that was retarded. You know, like they sold off the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, and all that kind of stuff.
They regretted that one. Yeah. The X-Men move. They sold. Evidently, they were so hard up for cash that they sold the X-Men for like nothing.
Exactly. And then they made the worst decision ever.
Yeah.
They made a deal with the mouse.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That was it. And it's funny because I remember when that happened, I was thinking like, oh, it's probably not going to be much of a difference. They're going to be probably smart enough to be like, okay, that's working fine. No need to fuck with that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But it was.
We all know how that went.
I know, right? And I was like, but back then it was so cool. Honestly, what I think screwed everything up, because we would right now we would be seeing a new golden age of comics, right? Where people would be all into comics. Kids would be jumping on board and they were like, Dad, I want comic books, blah, 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 blah. You know, or something like that. But they didn't capitalize on the movies. Like, I don't know why. Like I don't get it, you know?
I don't understand it either. I really don't. It's bizarre.
I know, right? Like, seriously. Like, it was like...
You got handed, like, the best opportunity...
Dude, you just took the words out of my mouth. Yeah.
Ever. And you motherfuckers bungled it.
Like, totally fucked that shit up. Like,
totally fucked that shit up. It was handed...
With a cat penis.
Yes. It was handed to you motherfuckers on a fucking silver platter. It was right there.
It was easy, dude. It was like, you're making billions off of this. Give kids a free comic when they go see the movie. That's it. That's all you had to do.
Yeah. And newsprint. Well, reprints, motherfuckers.
Here's the key to that, though. Here's the key. Make sure if they're going to see an Iron Man movie, Iron Man's in the comic.
Right. Yeah, or give them an Avengers comic and you've got the whole fucking franchise covered.
Or, but make sure the Avengers that are in the movie are in the comic. Like, that's key, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. That's how you hook them. And then, when they become fans, then they start digging deeper and checking out the old shit or like different characters, and discover that there have been like about 50 different characters in the Avengers.
Exactly. I mean, or with that, they could have did a thing where they did you remember the old Marvel handbooks, the Marvel Universe handbooks?
Oh yeah. I've got like some of the original ones of that.
Yeah, they could have. Dude, I used to seek those fucking things out. I was like, these are the shit.
They were the shit. They were the shit.
Dude, they could have taken like the excerpt of Iron Man from the Marvel handbooks and like put them in that comic, just did a special printing for the movie,
Yep.
It would have like comic book sales would have went off the fucking rails, dude.
Oh, and then of course, you follow that up by having cheap, nice, affordable $2, $3 maybe at the max. Better yet, like $2 or newsprint comics
Yeah.
at the fucking supermarket checkout, so that fucking the little kids are like Captain America, Thor, right?
He used to
And then
trip me out, like Eric Larson. And I like Eric Larson. I always did. I thought he was
Yeah,
a cool cat. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But
yeah,
and he's definitely like a serious comic book fan from way back.
oh, of course.
But he,
yeah, most I think most people in the industry are.
but I remember on Facebook he made a post where he was like, it would be impossible to do newsprint today, because people were complaining about comic prices, and he was like, the cost of doing newsprint would be insanely high. And I was like, how do you figure that?
Two words, Pete Cimetti.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, that's crazy. Why would you say anything like that? He was like, no, you don't understand. Like, it would cost more to recabulate the presses to go ahead and do newsprint. And I was like, that's retarded, dude.
Makes no sense. Makes no sense.
I do realize, like, you have to color different for newsprint, but that's
sure. But
okay.
That's why you do the reprints, dude. That's why you reprint old comics, even if they're from the fucking Silver Age.
Yeah, you don't have to put any art in. Just go ahead and do the origin of Iron Man. Put it in.
Yeah, you've already got the shit. Already got the shit.
And I'm sure they retold that origin over and over again. And I'm sure they got new art for it and stuff like that. So use that.
And if that doesn't exist, fucking create it. It
only
they don't want to
pay.
About 5
That's
pages.
The whole thing is that I think it was they were nickel and dime themselves, like as far as that kind of shit went.
Right.
And I think when they did that, like, I think they totally screwed themselves too, because it's like when they took comics out of convenience stores. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we can't do these buybacks. We're losing like $500 or some shit like that. I don't know. But my whole thing was like, when you did that, did you realize that you were not getting your comics into easy reach of kids at that point? I mean, did that occur to anybody, or were you just thinking about the little bit of money you were spending on buybacks?
Well, here's the thing too. At that point, the industry sort of understood that their audience wasn't primarily kids; it was college age males, right? But but it's like, well, where are you going to get your future fans from?
Exactly. That's what I thought. I was like, dude, this is stupid. I hope they realize what they're trying to do here is not good, and they never did,
Well, and that's the thing. It's like a lot of people in the industry were saying, "Oh, well, kids don't like comics." That's like bullshit. If you
kids don't know what a comic is, no mother's going to drive their kid to the comic book store to go. They'd much rather go to the dollar store and get them a toy. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
In fact, I still say to this day, like, if you want to get kids hooked on comics, put them in the dollar store.
I agree.
Not in Walmart. Walmart's bigger. But you know what? Bigger isn't always better.
No, definitely not. And what little kid's gonna go, ooh, red cock?
Yeah, no, right? Yeah. What if you have to buy some back? Who gives a shit? I mean, I can tell you right now with the red cock books, they got, dude. I can tell you right now, I can guarantee you they bought a ton of books back.
Oh my god!
A metric ton of books.
Oh, you think that and that was the deal with Walmart?
Yeah, that was the deal. They had to buy back the damaged books or the unsold books.
Oh, dude.
You think? Wait. You think Walmart's going to take the?
Right.
The loss on that shit?
Yeah. Stupid. Seriously, stupid question. I mean, holy shit, man. They Brightwisered themselves.
Yeah, dude. Like, it's crazy. And I always said, I was like, dude, why would you even think about? I mean, Walmart's that's a status gig. You know what? Like, you're not like, Walmart was never like a thing that was going to make them money, or get their books out into these little kids' hands. Because you know what? Those kids, the ones that go to Walmart with their parents, are running straight to the video game section.
No shit.
Yeah, they're not. They don't give a shit about what's over there in the book section. But you know which kids aren't running straight to the video game section?
Yeah.
The kids that go to the dollar store.
Right. Yep.
Because one, the dollar store doesn't have a video game section.
No, sure don't.
And usually it's poor families that are going to the dollar store that don't mind spending $1.50 or, you know, $3 or $4 on a comic, you know,
right,
for their kid to entertain them.
Yeah, I mean, I've you know, when you busted that idea, I thought it was an excellent one. You know, and maybe somebody will give that a shot at some point.
I'm hoping Eddie Winkler gives that a shot and starts putting his Sovereign Wolf. And once he makes $1 million off
what up,
that,
Eddie?
he'll put my Doc Salem in there too.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey, little kids aren't gonna be like, ooh, 6-gun gorilla. I want to see what that's about.
And the dollar store they might, because while their parents are shopping, they'll be like, "What's this? A gorilla with guns?" Yeah. They still sell like Western cap guns in the dollar store. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no, that's true.
Shit, dude. You know, that's an idea. If you did a 6-gun gorilla, like $1.50 issue with a cap gun.
God. Oh, and a little monkey mask or something.
Dude, that shit would be awesome.
That would be crazy. By the way, we're talking before about about Doc Salem's vehicle, the Mephisto, how it can dive into water, like that car from whatchamacallit, Spy Who Loved Me. Yeah, this is like original toy from when that movie came out.
That looks like the DeLorean from
it's a Lotus Esprit, and you press this little button here.
Holy shit! I had no idea. Look at this, dude.
It's an aquatic mode. No shit!
Get out of here, dude! I had no idea.
I mean, I've picked up like cheap books, like novels and shit like that.
Yeah, they definitely have novels. I noticed that when I went over there too. Like, you know. Yeah, but I had no idea they were selling trades. Like,
no, me neither.
You know, sometimes when I'm on the way back from a con in like Texas or something like that, I stop at these truck stops, and in every truck stop they have comic books like in the pack. You know, where you buy like a pack of comics. Yeah.
Oh, like they used to, like Charlton used to do, or Gold Key.
Old Marvel in like KB Toys, they used to do that shit.
Right? Yeah, they did, didn't they?
Yeah. And yeah, dude, like every truck stop I stopped in on my way back from those shows had comic book packs. You know, I guess truckers like to read comics. You know, and yeah, that was a trip.
That's so fucking cool. I had no idea.
Somebody already capitalized on that idea, Brian. Those bastards. People actually listen to this show.
Motherfuckers.
Motherfucker. Took my idea and ran with it. No, but yeah, and that's another thing too. If he would have just stayed with, you know, doing crowdfunding, he would have made a mint of cash, dude.
Dude, you know? Shot himself in the dick.
Yeah.
Shot himself in the dick. But you know, it's like you know it's like that line from at the end of Blade when Wesley Snipes says, "Some motherfuckers always try to ice skate uphill."
That's true.
Right?
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's the greatest line ever.
and it's true. It's just like you're set, you're good to go, but you had to go and fuck around and try to take it further, and you fucked everything up.
Had to go ice skate uphill.
Dumbass.
It's crazy, dude. Everybody does love comics, and that's my whole point. Is that if you put them in the right place where people can find them, and not hide them in a specialty store, you know, or put them in a Walmart where it's like 60,000 square feet of garbage, and you're putting 2 foot spot of comics in there. You know what I'm saying? Like people. One thing I can tell you right now, people aren't going to look for your book. You know?
No,
Um,
they're not. They're not. And the only people that even know that it's going to be there are your fucking backers
Yeah.
who are pissed.
The 200 or 300 people. Oh wait, with them it was 1,000, wasn't it? It was 1,000,
I
a
don't
little over
know.
1,000 people that backed this book.
I don't know, but and then it's just like we're busting our asses. This is my third campaign. I've already fulfilled on 2. You fulfilled on 1.
No,
It's
I
just
fulfilled
like
on 3 or 4.
no 3. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I fucked up and undersold you there, brother.
You did, you bastard.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, I mean, that's what it's all
we
about.
fucking
It's about keeping people happy, appreciating your fans. And they didn't do that. And I guarantee you they're going to come back and try to do it again. And they're probably going to get on Ethan's channel or something
They
like
will.
that.
They will.
Like,
he'll take them back like Nasser.
well, no, that's not what I'm saying, though. It's, what if he takes them back or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I wonder if the fans are going to be stupid enough to actually put money into their pockets again, to back another Red Rooster book or whatever.
I think that there will be enough of the old timers, like people that have been in the scene for a while, that are going to be like, excuse me for a second, and the word will get out, and they'll be completely fucked.
I don't think the word has to get out much. I mean, they fucked.
No, it doesn't.
They fucked a lot of people over.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, no, they've burned that bridge. They fucked up big time. Speaking of fucking up big time, I got to start making the fucking 6-gun minis. I've been watching little.
You know how to do it? Like
but there's YouTube, and if there's one thing I've discovered on YouTube, there's a tutorial for everything.
They have a kit.
Everything and anything you can imagine.
Yeah, they got a kit at Hobby Lobby for.
Do they really?
Doing reproductions. Like you get the resin, the 2-part resin, and you also get the mold making material.
No shit.
Yeah, and I think it's a silicone mold making material, so you can just peel it off instead of trying to wrestle it. And also remember this: when you do that, you also need to get the release spray to spray in there so it releases easily. Yeah,
I've watched a bunch of tutorials, and yeah, you always spray the minis. Some people use plasticine and silicone. And you basically make one side of the mold, and then you just like take off like the plasticine, and then you make the other side, and then you form it into one mold, and then you pour the stuff in. The thing is there's a big difference between doing that with this, right? This is like the Reaper Mini, the bootleg. 6-gun gorilla, and it is my 6-gun gorilla because he's got the hat.
Who did that?
Reaper Miniatures. He's got the hat and the poncho. That's not that's not any other 6-gun gorilla. That's my 6-gun gorilla. Did
you commission him to do that?
No, they just did it.
Can they do that?
Yeah. Yeah, they called this, like, they didn't call him 6-gun gorilla. They called him like Cactus Joe. Right?
Okay.
So it's like somebody doing, in the past they would do like the Death Dealer that I have here. That wasn't sold as like a Death Dealer. This wasn't sold as a Death Dealer mini. It was like, like the Death Driver or like the the Doom Master or something like that, right?
Yeah. Well,
or
I was talking to Ken Kelly, and I noticed Ken Kelly had a Death Dealer painting. I was like, Is that Death Dealer? He goes, no. I changed enough of it to where it's not. I was like, what?
Yeah. And they actually did change one little detail. He's smoking a cigar there.
Yeah.
Right.
That's okay. In the painting, he's smoking a cigar.
Well, which is fine. No, that's cool. But yeah, no, I wasn't pissed off or anything when I saw this. I was amused. I ordered one. Right.
No, that's cool, but I would make a deal with them to go ahead and see if they can, include, try to, see if you can, get them to help you out, and you'll promote it. That way they'll get more sales, and you'll go ahead and have a miniature to go ahead and add with 6-gun gorilla. Let them, give them a legal license to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, dude,
And,
maybe I should reach out to them. Do you think they'd be interested in something like that?
I mean, it couldn't hurt them. I mean, right now they're just doing a shitty bootleg. Why turn it? Why let it be
but they
just a
do
shitty bootleg?
Right, but they do a lot of other shit too. Of course, they do mostly Dungeons and Dragons minis.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like it would only help you out, you know.
Yeah. You know what? I'll hit them up. I'll shoot them an email or something like that. And if they don't respond, fine. It doesn't hurt to ask.
No, absolutely not. It can only help both of y'all. Yeah.
Right.
For you to team up. They already have money invested in creating a mini, so why not go ahead and bring it a step further?
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'd be totally down with that.
Yeah. And if they don't agree, sue them. No, I'm kidding.
Who am I suing for AR-15 orangutan? I have to.
Billy Basco. You got to sell Billy Basco.
Billy for sure. Billy for sure. Right, without a doubt. Right, we'll be hearing from my lawyer. Mo Biggs, because he started that whole thing. But I think all of like Bancroft's chat, like the entire chat, the Bogans, I think it'll just be like
story to go around.
Christgau versus Bogans, you know, big legal case. Oh, and I could fucking crowdfund the lawsuit, like your boy Zach.
Yeah, and then tell everybody you're giving it to charity afterwards.
Yeah. I'm giving it to. Oh, all that money? Yeah, I'm dropping the lawsuit. All that money that you gave me, I'm giving it to charity.
You got to make sure you hit 200,000 before you go ahead and give it to charity.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Did I forget to mention that my middle name is Charity?
Is it really? That a girl name.
That a girl name. It's only a girl name when money's not involved.
Right. But yeah, so I'm gonna have to do this as like separate pieces, because this is like, I think it's about 6 pieces that the Blue Muppet, Mr. George Peter Gatsis, was kind enough to do this mini, and I think all these pieces. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to like cast all these separately. But because it's like, you know, the thing is big, like the base is already pretty substantial, you know. I mean look, like this is the size comparison.
I don't think you have too much of a problem.
We'll see. Yeah. I just actually, and we don't really have craft stores around here. I think most of them have closed down. Well, I mean, we had them. I don't know that we still do, because remember, we're only now starting to come out of lockdown in New York.
Yeah.
You know, and shit's still tense.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. People in New York City are pretty tough, but people out in the suburbs are just the biggest pussies you will ever meet in your life. They really are. They really are. They see they spot a raccoon and they just go like running, screaming.
Ew.
Yeah. Like, oh, it's gonna go for my throat.
I think the government failed in handling this epidemic.
Yeah, you think?
Huge. Yeah.
Huge, like legendary, epic, historic bungle.
Like they only succeeded in making people scared, and that's not a government's job. Yeah.
Well, it kind of is now.
It's to entice fear into their people.
Well, yeah. I mean, but that's how they control the country.
No, I get that. Like it's about control and all that kind of shit, but it's just it's sad to see shit go down like this. You know?
It is. It's sad to see people, you know, so fucking stupid.
I mean, you know, that's the most horrifying thing of all is that people are so willing to believe whatever they hear. Yeah, and the news, to follow the news as far as being a reliable, you know,
forget about it, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like the news is just pumping out. I mean, what happens to integrity, dude? Like, I mean, it's crazy.
Oh, it died a long time ago, dude. Yeah. It died a long time ago. And now, of course, they've got everybody's stratified. Everybody hates everybody. and they've basically tribalized politics, and that's awesome.
You see,
awesome
that's
for
one thing
them.
I can say, right, is that I don't think everybody is tribalized and that it's so polarized. I think it served. I think it kind of backfired because I don't think people of different races actually believe the news anymore. And I don't, I think they tried to. I think because they tried so hard to separate everybody that people kind of caught on a little bit. You know,
Some people,
and,
some people. All I know is that the greatest nightmare of like the ruling class in this fucking country is like seeing like black people and white people together in the streets protesting together.
yeah.
I always thought like, hey man, when you start to see that, that's when you're gonna start seeing fucking napalm bombers and shit.
Well, that's another thing that happened too, is that that's what I'm saying. Like it brought people together, that, I mean, the maskers, the no maskers, from what I can tell, it was a very small majority that were like, you better wear your mask. At least in the South, like all that shit you guys talk about, like people monitoring you in a wild, like saying you better put your mask. I've never seen that happen up here. Like,
well, I'm told that in the South, people tend to mind their own business a little bit more.
yeah.
Whereas like here, everybody's all up in everybody else's shit.
Well, I don't think we trust the government as much as so when
Yeah.
they're saying like you better do this, you better do that, or everybody's gonna die, everybody's like, but that doesn't make any sense. Why, if the hospitals are so overcrowded, why are they producing sing-along videos and orchestra, like choreographed dance videos and shit like that on YouTube and put them out there? It was like, you're telling us one thing, but you're doing the exact opposite,
Oh, dude. And here our governor Cuomo is just like,
oh, that dude is fucking crazy, dude.
Dude, that the
He's fleecing New York.
Yeah, no, dude, seriously, the Cuomos run this motherfucker.
Yeah,
they run this shit, and they'll let you know too.
We run this
shit. Well, I mean, they're organized crime.
Yeah.
There's no difference between them and the fucking Corleones as far as I'm fucking concerned.
And Brian disappears tomorrow. It's been good to see Brian.
But also, I could get canceled because I'm like, you're saying all Italian people are in the mafia.
You're going to get canceled. You're going to canceled 6 feet under.
Oh man,
it's just, I don't know. It just trips me out. Like in a lot of ways, you're right. Like in some parts of the country, people did buy like hook, line, and sinker into everything that the government told them. Like
sad,
you're gonna die if you take that mask off. You should wear 3 masks. It makes But I think most of those people died from asphyxiation because they couldn't get enough oxygen through the mask. But
Jesus.
But like, I don't like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think when people realize like it's a money game. My doctor told me that. She's like, it's a money game. Like they're fucking, they're telling you one thing while they're collecting on each death. You know what I'm saying? Like when you put a price tag on the disease, like, is it really a disease anymore? Like,
right.
It's crazy.
No, it's like Deep Throat said, and what you call it? All the president's men follow the money. Always follow the money.
Ontario, Ontario, Canada is the worst right now.
Oh, but is it really?
That's what I was talking. That's what I was telling your boy who does Only Death Can Save Us. Like, I told him, I said, for some reason, like the UK and Canada, you motherfuckers bring shit all the way up to 11. When it was gender politics, you motherfuckers were arresting people for making comments online. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would track them down and go to their house. I was like, and with the disease, I mean, well, with CV-19, I was like, it was kind of the same thing. Like you guys, I mean, nothing against the UK. I love the UK and I love Canada too. I think they're both beautiful fucking places. But
hell yeah,
when it comes to like overreacting or like the government like telling you we're going to do this and you're going to go along with it, they fucking turn that shit up to 11, dude. Like they're not
they
playing
do.
around.
Yeah, they do. And you know what? In England, especially, like, did they lock? I don't know if they locked up Count Dankula or not. But you remember there was the guy that they're going to send to prison because he taught his girlfriend's pug how to Sieg Heil.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I think he's still. I don't know if he's in court or if they did lock him up. But
that's some bullshit right there. That's really some bullshit. That's outrageous bullshit. But that, you know, hate speech laws are a thing. And boy, like, isn't that a really great way to fucking control? You can literally control what, make it illegal for certain sounds to leave your mouth.
Like I said, I'm not a fan of Hitler. I'm not, and also,
I'm not especially either.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of any of that shit. But do I think that it should disappear? Like it should just be written off like it never happened? Absolutely fucking not, dude. Because then you leave yourself open to it happening again. Yes. In Made in Hell, like everything I'm seeing about Australia, like that shit is just off the hook too. I mean, maybe I'm being misinformed, but what I'm seeing is like on YouTube and stuff like that is that like they're pretty much up there with England as far as like pumping it up to 11 with the lockdowns and all that kind of crazy shit.
Yeah. There's a video of like police beating up an old woman.
Yeah, dude. I mean, is that crazy? And look, let me tell you something. I mean, I get it. It's your job to enforce the law, but
it's not your job to beat an old woman in the street.
There's no control there. Like where you're like, you think for yourself and you're like, I know I'm ordered to beat up this old lady, but seriously, what kind of threat does she?
Now you see, that's one of the reasons. Like I'm like hip to move to Germany if I can.
Yeah, is because Germany never did anything wrong.
No, because like the worst possible thing ever happened there within memory.
Yeah.
So they went hard in the opposite direction.
Well, that's true because I think David Duke tried to have
they'd arrest him in the street.
Yeah, he tried to have a get together, like a gathering, and they were like, "No, the last time that shit happened, it didn't end well." You know?
No. Whenever there's like a sort of like a neo-Nazi protest in Germany, and in American news, you'll see like the protest. What you don't see is that the counter protest is literally like 10 times the size.
Yeah.
And you'll just hear like ear splitting Nazis raus, Nazis raus, Nazis get out.
What happened? I think David Duke was banned from Germany because of that. Like he was kicked out of Germany because he was trying to have a not a gathering. What is it called?
Rally.
A rally. Yeah. And to speak to the Nazi party over there or some shit. He said that there wasn't no Nazi party. I was like, dude, you're David.
Well, technically there isn't. Yeah. Technically there isn't because.
Well, he said it wasn't a gathering, like it wasn't a Nazi gathering, like a white supremacist.
Yeah. I mean, the National Socialist Party no longer exists. The National Socialist Party is verboten. It is forbidden. That doesn't mean that there's not still basically Nazis there.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And if David Duke is saying he wants to have a gathering, yes, I'm going to be suspicious.
Yeah. And mind you, they go overboard with that shit too. If you're wearing an anti-Nazi t-shirt that has like a swastika being crossed out, they will arrest you because you still have a swastika on your shirt.
Well, I think they have every right to be that cautious, seeing how things went out of fucking control.
Well, yes.
Last time,
I'm not saying I'm not saying that I.
No. But you gotta figure. You got like all of Germany has to feel shame over what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. You can't walk like 20 feet in Germany and not run into like some kind of a memorial.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not that they haven't moved on; they have, but it's
still genocide.
Yes,
that they tried to execute. Not they, but I mean,
yeah. the fucking Nazis did,
Yeah.
and
that's what I'm saying. But here's the thing: like, how many people that were soldiers that kind of thought this guy Hitler's crazy, but we were ordered to do it, so let's go ahead and that's fucking crazy, dude.
That
you
is
know what
why,
I'm saying?
dude. That is why I would love to live in Germany, because there, in the military and in the police,
Yeah.
you are told, this is drilled into your fucking skull, you will listen to your own conscience. If your commanding officer tells you to do something and you know it's wrong, it is your moral obligation not to do it.
Yeah.
They do not tell you that in the American military or
They
the
don't
police.
tell you what the police like the police aren't told to do that either. Like, and that should
take blankets away from freezing people, like basic from homeless people in the fucking street in the freezing cold. Take their blankets away from them. Fuck you. Like fuck you, sir.
There's easier ways to get rid of the homeless or whatever if you think they're a blight. And
motherfuckers, man.
You know what I'm saying?
Motherfuckers. It's just like, it's your moral obligation to be like, no, I'm not doing this.
But they, like, for instance, all right, after Katrina, they had I was down here and I was working with somebody. I was partnered with them and we were patrolling, and back then they had a law that if you were caught breaking into a house, it was shoot on sight, and they had this old couple trying to get into their house, and we stopped and they're like, we're not breaking in. And we're like, no. We're trying to help you. Obviously you're not breaking into this house.
Right. But were you armed?
I wasn't armed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. And I was just, but yeah, dude, because there was a lot of looting going on after Katrina. You got to understand, like, everything was covered in swamp mud,
That's what I heard.
Taking shit, and there was, Coast Guard was out, and they had their M16s, but they had I don't know why they had their M16s. They had their clips taped to the side of them, like they weren't like engaged. But it was nuts, dude. Like, that was some crazy shit. I've seen people that I knew that got, like, they were not acting like the people I knew.
It was like that here in New York after 9/11.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Like people that you thought were like, that you would normally consider rational people, were talking some stupid shit.
Yeah.
Really stupid shit. And there was no reasoning with them. And when people are in a state like that, it's like you try to reason with them, but at a certain point you just understand they don't want to hear it. They can't hear it. Not right now.
Yeah, but you can kind of identify with that. You know what I'm saying?
I can understand it.
How many of those people actually had people working in the Twin Towers that they knew, that were family members, fathers, mothers, girlfriends,
a lot of people, dude,
boyfriends, stuff like that.
Yeah. A lot of people.
A religious organization blows them up. You know what I'm saying? Let's call it what it was. It was somebody who their religion told them that this was an evil country.
No, it wasn't just that. It was also politics too. You know what I mean? It's political terrorism. But once again, the religion isn't the cause; it's the means.
The excuse.
You know what I'm? Yeah.
But that's even, to me, that's even more of an argument to kind of that religion shouldn't be followed. You know what I'm saying? And that,
not organized religion.
Yeah, exactly. Organized religion is the worst.
Generally speaking, because it's run by human beings.
Yeah.
And
if you want to have a relationship with a maker, then have a relationship with your maker.
Yes.
But don't take vengeance on everybody else because you think they're bad. Well,
that's insane.
Yeah, exactly.
It's insane. The Crusades were insane. The Spanish Inquisition was insane.
Oh, absolutely.
The witch craze was insane.
We're totally insane. Like, it was basically insane. They were just saying, like, you might as well change the name of God to Zeus.
It's Look, here in America,
Zeus says we must fucking destroy the Outlanders because we need their land. I mean,
well, dude, I mean, like, Manifest Destiny is like insane racist bullshit, right? And they use that as an excuse to fucking commit genocide against Native American people.
Yeah.
And
the Crusades, I kind of see what they're saying. Like, these are pagans. But then why would you rape the pagans?
Well, dude, dude, this is what happened during the Crusades. This is what happened, okay? The Crusaders came in and when they took Jerusalem, you know what they did? They went to the mosque and they killed all the fucking murdered all of the fucking Muslims.
Yeah.
Then they went to like the temple, killed all the Jews.
Take it easy, Eddie. We'll talk to you later.
Peace out, Eddie. Then they went to the church. They killed all the fucking Christians.
Yeah.
Okay? Insane. Absolutely fucking bad.
I think it was bloodlust.
Crazy.
Like they just had that
yes,
bloodlust, dude.
Exactly. Yeah, dude. War is the ultimate evil, man. It's the ultimate fucking evil.
And then you have to figure, like, how many of these people never want to be part of the crusade, want to be crusaders to begin with, and they were told that they had to be, or they were raised in it. You know what I'm saying? And
yes.
So they're like, well, if I got to do this, I don't really believe in it, but maybe I can make a buck. You know? Or
yeah, I mean, I think religious fervor is. You know, the religion isn't the cause because religious fervor is very similar to ideological fervor. Because
is it not the cause? Like,
no, it's not. No, it's definitely not. Because here's the thing: the greatest genocidal maniacs of the 20th century, not a single one of them was religious. Right?
Yeah.
Were they? Yeah. Okay.
Here's
how it goes. Okay. The grand champion, mass murderer of the 20th century, Joseph Stalin.
Okay.
Communist, atheist. Number 2, Mao Zedong. Communist.
It's Mao Zedong. Was he part of the Nazi Party? Or
Chairman Mao. No. He was the Chinese Communist Revolution.
Okay.
Right. He comes in second fucking place. Right. Communist, atheist. Third place, Hitler, occultist.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was
right.
Occultist.
So out of that group, there's not a single like what you would consider a religious individual. So that was the 20th century. To me, like, religion's not the cause; it's the means, and that ideology can be that the idea that religion is evil can end up with the same exact shit. Oh yeah, and then you can't forget Pol Pot. Pol Pot killed 2 million Cambodians, 2 million of his own people. Communist, atheist.
Get out of here.
Yes. So, and mind you, I'm not saying atheism is the cause, because then atheists get all defensive and shit, or like, oh, blah, blah. I'm like, no, I'm not saying that.
But let me clear this up. You're saying that, it could have been, like the Sesame Street Squad, and they would say, anybody that doesn't believe in Sesame Street, we're just going to kill your fucking ass and take anything we want.
Yes.
It's an excuse to get what you want.
Humans gonna human. Humans gonna human. Right? Because it's just like, holy shit. Like, as a German, I'm just like, damn, we got some fucked up history. And then I'm also an American. I'm like, damn, we got some fucked up history. Right? And it's just like, you got to keep it real. You have to acknowledge, and this country still hasn't never has come to grips with what happened here. In Germany, boy, they came to grips with that shit because they confronted it. Here, it's still like, no.
No, that's one thing I can say is that the U.S. is always denied until they get caught, and then they just don't acknowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like unleashing a nuclear cloud over a city to see what would happen. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? No shit, dude. Just to see, And I was like, but they don't like they kind of just don't say anything about it. Hopefully, it just go away, you know, or experiment on African Americans with smallpox and and shit like that.
Well,
just
yeah.
to see
In
what
that
would
case,
happen.
it was syphilis.
Yeah,
The
syphilis.
smallpox. Actually, you know what? I have a 6 Gun Gorilla like one shot that I'd love to. Basically, I was going to do a story. This is something I could never do in a mainstream comic, but that I could maybe do like an indie comic, right? The story I already wrote. That's like a
by the way,
script I wrote a couple of years ago.
My favorite anti-argument, because I got an argument with one guy about this, and he was like, "Well, the Indians were killing themselves anyway. So what if we gave them like smallpox blankets? They were killing themselves anyway." I was like,
that is some powerful ignorant shit, dude.
And I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, they would war between the tribes and they were killing themselves. So why not just give them smallpox blankets?
There was nothing there. That's the other thing too. It's like there was nothing there. There was all this land. There was nobody there. They were doing nothing with it.
Exactly. They were doing nothing. They were just living. That's all they were doing. They
weren't building anything. They were just right. There was nothing here. There was nobody here.
That's my favorite argument, and we went back and forth to the point to where I was like, I'm gonna hit this motherfucker. I gotta get away from him, because it was like, you ever got in an argument with somebody that was just like,
no, you know like, why
they don't see how really retarded that argument is that they were killing themselves anyway.
Here's what you do. You nod your head and agree, and you get the fuck away from them. That's what I do.
Well, I made a point to distance myself from that person.
Right. Yeah. You familiar with like Michael Moorcock's Elric series? Like there's a French
that was
right.
That was from, what was that from? Was that from First? I thought First that
they did, and now they're the French ones, which are fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Highly recommended. Anyway. Michael Moorcock explained, like, basically he created dark fantasy with the Elric books, right?
Yeah.
Invented it, and that symbolically, what that's about is about British colonialism, and he was like shocked at how like some people were like had these opinions about British colonialism that were just like from like the 1700s. Like they still make motherfuckers like you. Right? Like really? Yeah, dude. I never argue with people like that because
you can't. Like, trust me, it's like arguing to a wall. Like,
some people are just lost like that.
This is the same person that told me that he would never support artists or writers or musicians, like if they were like for having any type of support for them, like as far as like healthcare or anything like that. I was like, why wouldn't you do that? I was like, you enjoy all the content that they're giving you. He's like, I don't care. They have to work just like everybody else. I was like, but they are. They're doing that. But there's nothing there's no 401k for a freelance artist that's creating this comic that you're enjoying. You know what I'm saying?
Like, no shit. Yeah, porn stars aren't getting residuals.
I'm not talking about porn stars. I'm talking about artists and writers and but you can enjoy everything they're producing, but once they're all used up, just throw them away. I was like,
well, that's what I'm saying is that artists are like comic book artists traditionally in our culture have been one notch above pornographers.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're right.
Like that's the way the society sees us. That's why I was making the analogy, like, because there are these porn stars that were making millions and millions and millions of dollars for people in like the 70s and the 80s and shit and the 90s. And then it's not like, like they get a pension or anything. There's no pension for that. Or residuals. And these people are hurting now. They're driving for Uber.
Well, I can say Louisiana has tried to take not artists, but jazz musicians, right? Like there's certain things set up for jazz magicians,
Well, yeah,
musicians,
it's a
and
big part of the tourism and New Orleans, right?
I'm talking about like funds for when they retire, funds to help them out for when they, for housing and stuff like that. Um,
That they have that there.
but they don't just call it. It's not just a fund for for musicians. They call it a fund for artists. You know what I'm saying? So artists can take advantage of that. Yeah.
So
Like
like
a
street
buddy of mine.
performers and shit would
Yeah,
be
like a buddy of mine
like
was talking.
buskers.
He said early on in his art career, he was doing a job for these people, and they owed him $800 for doing like pages of a comic, right?
Uh-huh.
And they were in California. He was here, and he kept writing them. He was like, "Where's my money? You guys owe me money," and they were trying to ghost him. So there's an obscure law in the books in Louisiana where it gives free
legal
services to artists, and it was set up for jazz musicians.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
He got a letter of of something, a legal letter sent to him, and they sent his money right away.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So he, as a comic book artist, he was covered under this
an obscure law that was put in the books for jazz musicians. Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. But I don't know if those laws are still around either. Like I don't know if they're still, because let me put it this way, like jazz and blues and all that stuff is a huge thing for Louisiana. Like that's
of course
deeply embedded into our culture.
Yes.
Especially like, I don't know about Arkansas or Tennessee or anything like that, but I know Louisiana, it's definitely like a huge part of our, of who we are.
Of your of your cultural heritage, dude. That's where where the blues came from. That's where rock and roll comes from too.
Yeah, talk to Anthony Figueroa about that. Anthony might know a little bit more about it than I do, but like yeah, dude, like we have whole festivals and shit just fucking thrown together for that shit, dude. And I think like
it's a music city.
Yeah, it's like Mardi Gras. I don't think any other city started. I think we originated Mardi Gras. Is that right? And then like New York started doing it, Texas started doing it, but it's never the same as Louisiana. And from what I heard, they can't keep it under control like Louisiana keeps it under control. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It's just like Carnival in Rio.
Carnival.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you can call it whatever you want, but it's still the same thing. It's and it's going to have a regional flavor. You would think.
Do they show boobies at Carnival?
Oh, dude, Carnival, they show boobies, but you know what Carnival is? Yeah, dude, you're Brazilian. You should be ashamed of yourself for not fucking knowing this, dude.
No, I don't know anything about Brazilian stuff. I actually was trying to find the origin of my name. Like,
you know what they're into?
Spelling is Brazilian,
So you should be ashamed of yourself for not knowing this. Carnival is all about the culo.
The culo?
The culo, man. All about the ass.
Let me tell you something, culo.
Dude, there's a great I'm gonna see if I can find this. There's a documentary that was made years ago about Carnival, and it's narrated by Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No way.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome.
Old Arnold Schwarzenegger, like pre-Terminator, pre-Conan, bodybuilder Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Isn't Arnold like German or something like that? Austrian? Austrian's Germany,
same
isn't
thing.
it?
Yeah.
How can he become was he born in the States or was he born in Austria?
No. Legally, he could be governor. He could never be president.
I see what's going on there.
Right? So, yeah. And it's fucking Arnold. He never loses. So
I never lose.
I mean, at anything ever.
You seen that bodybuilding? You seen that bodybuilding video? I mean, documentary they had on Netflix for the longest time.
Pumping Iron.
Was it Pumping Iron? Because I think they took it off because Arnold was actually smoking weed in the video in the documentary.
That could be.
I've seen it. He was smoking weed in the documentary.
Yes. Okay, so it was definitely Pumping Iron. Pumping Iron. I saw that when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
And my best friend Carrie and I were sitting there, little kids, and we saw Schwarzenegger, and we were just like, I want to be that dude.
Would be Arnold.
And so like we're like lifting weights with our little buggy whip arms, and the next day we're all just
That
like
shit hurts, dude.
dying. Yeah, dude, there's no way that as a little kid you could look at Schwarzenegger. The dude had charisma out the
He did, dude. Yeah, but he had a certain look to him too. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because he was just like, I mean, he was just a beast.
He looked like a metalhead, you know.
Oh, dude. He looked like he stepped off the when you heard that he was cast as Conan, you were like, yeah, because he looks like he stepped off the pages of a fucking comic book.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Right? If there was ever a more comic booky looking human being.
Well, the guy he suggested to play Conan, for the TV show.
Oh, Ralph Mueller.
That guy was not the same as
that show was just horrible.
Arnold said that he was bigger. He was like, nah, this guy blows me away. He's way bigger. Yeah. And then you look at the show, but he doesn't have the same body type as Arnold. You know, Arnold looked like Conan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he
this
did.
Dude, like Arnold's like kind of squat, you know what I'm saying? And he's just built like all around, just fucking this meaty, you know?
Yeah,
and this guy wasn't. I mean, he was built up top. He was a big guy, but his legs wasn't as chunky as Arnold's, and you know, he never moved like a barbarian.
Yeah.
You know,
no. He was kind of stiff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping, I'm praying that the Netflix Conan series is going to be good. If they do it like done in ones, because that is a character. Conan shouldn't be like. You shouldn't have big arcs with him. That's a done-in-one character all the fucking way.
Well,
supposedly what they're gonna do is they're gonna, instead of making it like a regular series, they're gonna do like 4 like 90-minute movies.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll be down for that. You know, Jason Momoa. I never thought Jason Momoa was Conan. He wasn't grim enough. You know what I'm saying? Like
no, he looked like the character. Yeah. Like perfectly, but he didn't have that presence and he didn't have that menace. Like Schwarzenegger was a terrible actor when he was in Conan the Barbarian. He hadn't developed yet at all. But when he like shot that fucking that look, that I'm a fuck you up look.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like Jason Momoa from Game of Thrones, was Conan.
Much more like Conan.
Yeah, because he was grimmer as what was it? It was Drago, something like that.
Yeah. Because when you think of Conan, you think of like John Buscema Conan, where he's always dark around the eyes. He's always menacing. And fuck, man, I just love that character to bits. But I am a Solomon Kane guy all the fucking way.
I'm gonna watch that movie again too. Solomon Kane. It's on Tubi.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's not the Solomon Kane movie that I wanted, but it's still really good. I just shot you the link. Schwarzenegger in Brazil, having explained to him that in Carnival, it's not all about the breastises the way it is in Mardi Gras. It's all about the ass.
Yeah.
And then he says, I agree with the Brazilian. So if you ever, because I know I've said that to you and a bunch of other people before, like somebody mentions Brazil, I just go, I agree with the Brazilian.
I think it's time to call it quits, Brian.
Yeah, it is. I'm getting goofy.
We finished the page, and I got a whole new page roughed out completely. So,
dude.
We're going to start on this tomorrow. Maybe I gotta go. I gotta go to the tattoo shop tomorrow, so it's probably going to be when I get back.
All right. Well, dude, you're doing a beautiful job, dude. Beautiful job.
We're out of here.
I'm grateful, but peace out.
We still have to schedule that comic show. Yes, we just show our stuff.
Yes, we do. And dude, you gotta don't before you log out. Click that fucking link, dude.
Oh, hold on, let me find it. Let's
Right.
see here.
Right.
Click the link. Right. You want me to show it to everybody? Can we?
Yeah,
show it to
yeah.
Let's see.
You know, we can go out on this.
Yeah,
Because
that'd be
I have
cool.
a feeling you're gonna. Because I'm gonna have a feeling that this is gonna be like a clip that you and Joe Vigil would be very fond of.
This isn't gonna get my channel canceled, is it?
No,
You
I
thought?
don't think so. Because this was a TV. Yeah, because it's just like just booty.
All right, let's do it.
You will host Arnold Schwarzenegger to Rio de Janeiro for a visit to world-famous Carnival.
Rio, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. It's hard to find more gorgeous mountains, beaches, and women anywhere. I came to Rio for Carnival. I heard a lot about it, but nothing prepared me for a non-stop 5-day party when once a year the whole city goes absolutely crazy.
Schwarzenegger.
I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. My first taste of Carnival came at the night
That
club
is your
Over
daughter.
Over.
Yay!
He promised me it would help me understand the Carnival triple threat: the Bunde, the Mulatta, and the Samba. Cheers. Sierra? How do you say? Sauchi. Okay, Sauchi. Yeah, power? Health, okay. Sauchi. To Brazilians, especially men, the mulatto is the symbol of everything sexy and erotic. During Carnival, gorgeous mulatto bodies begin to move in ways that even a fitness expert like myself can believe. One thing I do believe, they must be very healthy.